Bore da I bob un ohonych chi a chroeso cynnes iawn I gyfarfod Bwrdd Iechyd Powys heddiw. Cyfarfod sydd, fel y gwelwch chi, yn cael ei cynnal yn rhithiol, ond cyfarfod hefyd sy'n cael ei darlledu yn fyw ac ar safle we y Bwrdd Iechyd, ac mi fydd recordiad o'r cyfarfod ar gael i'w gwylio ar ôl y digwyddiad heddiw. It's great to see everyone. A very warm welcome to our board meeting, the meeting of Powys Teaching Health Board this morning, a virtual meeting, and the recording will be available online after today's meeting. Carl Cooper ydw I, sef cadeirydd y Bwrdd Iechyd, ac fe welwch chi yn ystod y cyfarfod enwau aelodau eraill o'r bwrdd yn ymddangos ar waelod eich sgrin eich gwybodaeth. I'm Carl Cooper, the chair of the Health Board, and as we proceed through the meeting, you will see the names of other board members and participants appear on your screen for information. The board is a unitary board, and it's made up of both executive members and independent members, and we have a number of important responsibilities. Ein cyfrifoldeb ni fel bwrdd, bwrdd undebol, ydy gosod cyfeiriad strategol ar gyfer y sefydliad, gosod archwaith risg o ran cyflawni ein hamcanion strategol, ac hefyd monitro ein perfformiad o ran cyflawni ein hamcenion strategol. So we have a number of responsibilities. Principally, we're here to set the strategic direction for the organisation. We're here to set and monitor the risk appetite and where we are in terms of risk management against those strategic aims, and also to monitor delivery and performance against our strategies and plans. We have a long agenda today, a rather demanding agenda that contains a number of different items for decision, items that are sources of assurance for the board, and we will go through those systematically according to our agenda. There is, of course, one item on the agenda that is particularly significant, and that is the consideration of the application to close the Belmont branch surgery in Gilwern. It's the first time in quite some time that the board has considered such a significant item, and we will clearly be giving that very, very careful and close consideration. It's good to see with us today Katie Blackburn, where Katie is very, very well known to us. We've worked with her for many, many years in her role as Chief Officer of the Community Health Council, but here today in a new role as the Regional Director for Powys, the new citizen voice body for health and social care in Wales. And good to see you again, Katie, and we certainly look forward to continuing the very positive, constructive and productive working relationship we've had with you for such a long time, but good to see you. Just a word of explanation. It may be that during our meeting today, those of you who are viewing the meeting, you may see us, I as chair and participants, look away from the screen. Please don't think that we're distracted or bored, or that something more interesting has caught our attention. Many of us are working off multiple screens, and often it's because we are looking at papers and important information that we have in front of us as well. And so we will be taking various breaks during the day, and we will manage those in a virtual way as always. And therefore, with no further ado, newn ni symud ymlaen at yr agenda ac Mae'r agenda wedi gyhoeddi ar ein gwefan ac felly yr agenda a'r papurau fel bob amser ar gael i'r cyhoedd gwybodaeth. We move to the apologies for today. Dyn ni wedi derbyn sawl ymddiheuriad am absenoldeb oddi wrth aelodau annibynnol. We have a number of our independent members today who for various reasons can't be with us. Ian Phillips has a holiday that's been planned for a long time. Robert Lewis is on holiday. Jennifer Owen Adams has a meeting with another board that she has just joined and so can't be with us. And Tony Thomas isn't with us because he has some health issues, and also Kathy Poynton is unable to be with us today. So we record those apologies. I want, before we move on, to say a very sincere and heartfelt thank you to Tony. Had Tony been able to be with us today, this would have been his final board meeting after having served as our finance independent member for 8 years. And we as a board and the health board generally have benefited hugely from Tony's expert and professional contribution during those years. And so very grateful to Tony, and we wish him well in the future. We've also had apologies from Nina Davis, our associate member and Director of Social Care within the Council. Claire Roche, our Executive Director of Nursing and Midwifery, can't be with us, but really pleased that Marie Davis is with us today, who will contribute in Claire's absence. And Bethan Hopkins, finally, also offers her apologies. Bethan is from Audit Wales. And so a number of apologies, but we are quorate, and we will transact the business as usual. So those are the apologies. We come now to declarations of interest, and I invite anyone to declare any interest that you may have in relation to any item on the agenda. Ronnie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. My name is Ronnie Alexander, independent member of the board. I would like to declare, please, that I have several family members who are registered with the GP practice in Crickhowell, and it is therefore my intention not to be involved in the discussion relating to the Belmont branch surgery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Are there other declarations of interest? Kate.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm Kate Wright. I'm the Medical Director in Powys, and I would also like to declare an interest in that I am a patient of Crickhowell Group Practice.
And Katie?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm Katie Blackburn. I'm the Regional Director for Llais in Powys. I would also like to declare an interest in that I am too a patient of the Crickhowell surgery.
Thank you. I can't see anyone else wanting to declare an interest in any other item on the agenda. So just a brief word of explanation. As Ronnie has indicated, Ronnie won't leave the meeting, but he will opt out and not participate in the discussion and the decision making in respect of that agenda item. Kate, our Medical Director, may contribute to the discussion in her professional capacity as Medical Director, but will opt out of any other aspect of that agenda item because of the declared interest. And indeed, Katie from Llais, her contribution will explain and articulate the perspective of Llais, but again will not be a contribution based on personal experience or from a personal perspective. And so those declarations of interest will be handled in that way. We move on now to a very important item on our agenda, where it's one way in which we as a board listen and learn to and from people. And so today we have a patient story and, very importantly, a staff experience story. Marie Davis, the Assistant Director of Nursing and Midwifery, is going to guide us through the patient experience story initially. So thank you, Marie.
Good morning, Bardlaw. My name is Marie Davis. I'm the Deputy Director of Nursing and Midwifery in the Health Board, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce this story to you. Monty is a young person in Powys who's 13 years old. He has lots of different needs from both health, education and social services perspective, and Monty is looked after by mum and dad. Unfortunately, Monty can't tell us his story because he's not able to speak. So Emily, his mum, has made a video for us that can tell us more about him, and in particular a visit that she made recently to the emergency department in the Grange, one of our commissioned services. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily and I am Monty's mum. Monty is here on the left, aged 2, and here on the right, now aged 13. Monty is unable to speak, so his voice can be heard through myself and his dad. Monty not only relies on us, but many others to help him navigate his world, and he could not manage this journey without everyone else. Health, education, and social services all play a key role in assisting Monty and our family. This is Monty, and we make sure his healthcare needs are always at the centre. By listing his needs, you get a sense of what he has coped with from a young age and the ongoing challenges that he faces. He certainly keeps us on our toes. Just when you think you are on top of one health issue, then another one comes along and sends you on a different course. Here is an overview of the resources that Monty taps into, which gives you an idea of the number of staff involved. The green circles represents Powys Teaching Health Board, and the peach coloured is our commissioned services. Some of these resources have remained constant since Monty was 2. So staff have been on the same journey from an early age and know him extremely well. Monty had to go to A&E at the Grange as he accidentally bit a hole in his tongue, and we were unsure how severe this was, and he was unable to communicate this to us. At the Grange, children have their own A&E entrance, so he was in an age-appropriate space. Due to Monty's learning disabilities, we were seen relatively quickly. Monty was non-compliant when he arrived and very excitable, and staff had to take his weight and height measurements. They had this really impressive weighing scale inbuilt as part of the flooring, so he was standing on it, not realising he was being weighed. As staff were unable to examine him properly, we had to discuss the options and how best to approach this, and it was agreed that surgery would be the best option the following morning. Although surgery was the last resort, it was the only option as a possible hole in the tongue could not be left. We completed the necessary paperwork to avoid delay for readmission the following morning. We arrived early on the ward and we were all relieved that he had his own room and facilities, perfect to manage his unpredictable behaviours. Information had been passed on from the night before and he was second on the theatre list, so this avoided any waits as Monty just doesn't do waiting. When the consultant and anaesthetist spoke to us, we had time to discuss what Monty would and would not cope well with regards to sedation. They allowed us to go into theatre with him initially so that he was able to feel safe. I held him whilst they sedated him, and then they transferred him to the trolley ready for surgery. After surgery, in recovery, Monty was extremely distressed, and it took 4 to 5 staff to hold him. I did have to raise my voice strongly, requesting that staff remove the cannula from his hand, as his self-injurious behaviours were escalating rapidly and significantly. I had to be assertive with staff and advise them that we had to go back up to his room swiftly so that he could self-regulate, and staff listened. I think the environment and facilities played a big part in making this a positive experience for Monty. Staff demonstrating good listening and understanding, grasping the extent of his needs early on was important, allowing us to suggest what would work better to reduce any escalating behaviours. In addition, during surgery, medical staff were able to stitch the hole in his tongue, but they also removed a protruding tooth in his gum, which must have been causing him some discomfort, so this avoided another hospital visit. In conclusion, good listening by all staff early on to grasp Monty's complex needs and how best to respond. Plan of action in place quickly so all parties were clear on what needed to happen, why and when. Planning is key. Flexibility to change or amend a plan in response to how Monty was coping at that time, as sometimes you can't always predict behaviours. And good and appropriate facilities take the stress out and provide happy and secure environments. Often these aspects are overlooked, but they all add to a positive patient experience.
Hello, my name is Emily and I am Monty.
Thank you, Marie. It would be, so we've got a lot to get through today, but we do have just a minute or two for any comment or response that anyone would like to make. Does anyone want to contribute? Hayley, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm Hayley Thomas, Interim Chief Executive of the Health Board. I just wanted to thank Emily for sharing Monty's story, and I think it really struck me about the complexity around the number of not only organisations but people that are involved in providing the support that Monty needs. So it's really a compelling case around why we need to get care coordination and that join up of care and joint working across all services. I think there were really powerful learning in the story, particularly around the importance of getting the environment of facilities right. And I was really struck by the scales in the floor example, simple, but actually took another step away from causing any concern. And that was really effective. So I just wanted to say it was really helpful to listen to the story. And I think that reminder about the importance of the environment of care and the facilities is really important for us as a health board, not just in how we commission services, but also in how we design and take forward some of the improvements we know we need to do with some of our ageing estate. So huge thanks to Emily and Monty for their story.
Thank you, Hayley. And Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Chris Walsh and I'm here as the independent member for the local authority. I just wanted to say that I was really impressed with the story. I think it does show a reflection of how patients don't just have one need, they have multiple needs on there, and that certainly come across with health, social care and also education coming across. But it also shows the importance of family and listening to family, because they do know those patients and their loved ones very well, and they're advocates for patients, and I think that that's something that we do need to listen to. To me, I think, as has been commented by the Hayley before, planning is the key, but it's also about being proactive. And when we've got individuals, or children in this case, that are coming in for procedures, to do that pre-planning is really important. But it's quite a really useful story, and one that I was appreciative of. So thank you for that, and thank you for bringing it to the board.
Thank you very much, Chris. And just by way of public information, that the store is one way in which we listen to patients and learn from patients. There are many other ways, and all that information is taken up and considered by our Patient Experience and Quality Committee, and therefore please do pass on our sincere thanks, Marie, and assure them that that their contribution has been helpful, useful, and will make a difference. Thank you.
I will do, thank you.
And so we move now to our staff experience story, and our Director of Workforce and OD, Deb, is going to lead on this item. Thank you, Deb.
Diolch, thank you, Chair. Bore da pawb, Deborah Wood-Lawson, Director of Workforce and Organisation Development. I'm delighted to invite Dr. Adam Pearce, who is the Health Board's lead for Welsh Language, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion, to present an anonymised lived experience from one of our Health Board colleagues. This is in support of the anti-racism plan, which is later on today's agenda. Some helpful slides on this issue have also been included in today's board papers. The staff story stresses the importance of being inclusive, acknowledging that experiences can be different, and asking everyone to play their part in tackling racism and not being a passive bystander. If I can hand over to Adam now, please.
Marianne, thank you, Deb. So this is the words of one of our members of staff. As Deb mentioned, it's been anonymised. So this is the experience of Jaya, who had worked in a clinical role for a previous employer for a number of years. They were informed of an internal opportunity. Her line manager, we're going to refer to this person as A, was leaving. So Jaya expressed an interest in applying for A's role. But A said to them, "Oh no, that's not for someone like you," and then sort of shook their head with contempt. Someone like, and then they mentioned another external candidate would be better suited. Now, coincidentally, this individual that they referred to was white. This was despite Jaya's experience within the department. Jaya raised this with a more senior manager, who insisted on having a meeting to discuss the matter. Jaya felt quite uncomfortable with this in light of a potential upcoming job interview, and felt that it was sort of demonstrating that it was putting her under the spotlight, rather. Having not been asked what she felt to happen, the meeting closed with the door being slammed shut. In light of the concerns that Jaya raised, should A then have been allowed to be on the recruitment panel for the role? Jaya applied for the role, and then at interview, she was very surprised to see that A was there on the recruitment panel. During the interview, A displayed a number of microaggressions. If you're not familiar with the term, it's in the pack, but I'm going to illustrate it now. So A was tapping their knee constantly during the meeting, shooting angry looks over at Jaya occasionally, and at the end of the meeting placed the pen down and said, "That's the end of the interview," with a sort of sense of finality. Jaya did not get the job. She later learned that 2 out of the 3 members of the panel had in fact wanted to appoint her, but the third person, who was A, did not want to, and their decision seemed to overrule the rest of the panel. Very little feedback was given to Jaya after the meeting. She was told that she'd done exceptionally well. Jaya was confused. If she did so well, why was then she not offered the job? The only other applicant for the role was the exact person that A had previously said would be a great candidate. when Jaya expressed her own interest in the role. So therefore, in light of her experience, Jaya wrote to the head of department with the head of her union. Unfortunately, she was told by the head of department that they'd contacted HR due to the nature of the problem. Presumably what they meant by this was the potential that it was an issue around racism. Jaya felt that the head of department had a dismissive attitude. Due to the nature of this, I'll have to take it to HR now, almost like it was a personal inconvenience. Jaya felt there was a lack of compassion shown by the head of department for her in her situation. Jaya contacted HR herself to seek support. They reported that her case was not urgent and it was designated as being low priority. Jaya felt that this was a failure to take racism seriously. She was then advised by HR to speak with the manager to resolve things, even though her manager, A, was the exact subject of the grievance. It then became a case of Jaya's word against theirs. Jaya didn't feel that she was believed and that her lived experience was not respected due to its subjective nature. She felt the case was not taken seriously and that race did not seem to be considered to be a relevant factor by the HR department. It was escalated only later after Jaya shared her experience in a Black and Asian minority ethnic network event. As a result, an independent investigation from an external individual was carried out. This individual concluded there was learning in terms of better leadership, but there was no theme of racism or discrimination. The two people involved in the question were actually protected, and it's felt that that Jaya felt that her complaints were not taken seriously. After the case, there was no safeguarding for Jaya. She was subsequently accused by colleagues afterwards that she was, and these are direct quotes from Jaya's experience, that she was, quote, playing the race card, that she was attention seeking, and that she was victimizing her manager. And furthermore, that she simply struggled with the idea that she'd been rejected at interview. As a result, Jaya felt that she has no choice other than to leave her employer, and she subsequently sought employment successfully with Powys Teaching Health Board. Thank you.
Adam, diolch o galon, stori bwysig ond stori sydd yn drist hefyd i ryw raddau lly, ond Deb, would you like to come in and offer some additional comments, please?
Yes, thank you. I think it's incredibly brave that Jaya has taken the opportunity to speak out about an experience that they had with a previous employer that isn't their experience with Powys Teaching Health Board. But I think that experience as described helps us to learn as an organisation, and that will be part of the thrust really in the essence of the anti-racism plan. It's about listening and learning. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, Deb. So again, if anyone wants to come in with an observation or a comment or a question, please do. I can't see anyone wanting to, so thank you, Adam. Please, as always, convey our thanks and appreciation to Jaya, and again assure her that not only have we heard, but as Deb says, that learning we will take in to further developing what we do and how we do things, particularly in relation to the anti-racism plan here in our organisation. So very helpful, very useful and impactful. Diolch o galon.
Yes, yeah.
So we move from listening to experience stories to updates as sources of assurance. Firstly, to my report. The only additional comment that I would want to make on my report is, as people will have noticed, our substantive chief executive, Carol Shillibeer, is not with us today because, as I'm sure everyone is aware by now, Carol has moved and she is has started a secondment arrangement with Betsy Cadwallader Health Board. And so she is supporting our colleagues up in Betsy Cadwallader as an interim and on a temporary basis, and we wish her well as she takes on those responsibilities. But equally, very, very grateful to Hayley for stepping in as interim chief executive, and Hayley, very well known within our organisation, and served in a number of executive roles and taken on executive responsibilities over those years. And I know that in the few days or couple of weeks or whatever it is, Hayley, that you've been in this role, that people and I as well, particularly appreciating your contribution and enjoying working with you. So thank you for that. Apart from that, I don't have any other additional comment to make on my report, but I'm happy to take any observations or comments should there be any. No, so we move on to the Vice Chair's report. Any additional comments, Kirsty?
Good morning, everybody. No, Chair, no additional comments from me this morning, but happy to take any questions from colleagues.
Thank you. Does anyone want to come in as regards any aspect of Kirsty's report? If not, then we move to the interim chief executive report. Hayley, any additional comments at this stage?
Not particularly, Carl, but diolch Cadeirydd. I just wanted to say I'm really grateful for the opportunity to cover Carol's secondment in the interim, and just wanted to reassure the board really that we've had a really smooth handover as part of this process, and we will continue to deliver both the vision and the strategic priorities that the board have set during this important year. The report taken as read, I just suppose I should highlight really important that we do just recognise the success that some of our colleagues have had in national award ceremonies. So I wanted to draw the board's attention to that, as well as the really exciting plans that we've got later in the year to celebrate the NHS 75th birthday from July onwards. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayley. And just before I open these questions, I also, on behalf of the board, would like to say a huge thank you to the executive team, others that have stepped into other interim roles. And as we see in your report, Hayley, the very, very positive response you had during the 6-monthly or at the end of year joint executive team meeting, which was, I think, within a day or two of your taking over or something like that, and also the scrutiny session that was held with Welsh Government, and just to support your comments that that handover, that change has been smooth, and the response we've had has been very, very affirming. So thank you to you, but thank you to your executive team. Are there any other? Yes, Ronnie, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the helpful report, Hayley. I do have one quick question. Last week, it was reported nationally that 2.1 million people are unable to work because of a number of issues, including long COVID, musculoskeletal issues arising as a result of the pandemic from people working at home, and also mental health issues circumstantially associated with the pandemic again. So what I am seeking is an assurance that against the background of all the other pressures, that you are fully sighted on all of those as important issues and are able to make insofar as is possible, an effective response? Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie, for that question. And I think later on the agenda, I think that you will be able to see and take assurance from our ability to demonstrate that we're continuing to work on all of those priorities as part of our annual delivery plan. But I just wanted to reference a couple of issues really. Firstly, we've done our local population wellbeing assessment, and we do know that the patterns that you're seeing through some of the national research is showing locally as well in Powys, and we've taken that into account. Moving the long COVID services that we've had in place into sort of more a business as usual arrangement, that's transition we're making and have been making. MSK continues to be a key priority for us, as well as some of the work that we've been doing around orthopaedics and getting it right first time. And obviously mental health, you will see in some of the performance reports later, the increasing demands on mental health services, that's translating into much higher referral rates to services. And again, that continues to be a really important priority for us as a health board. But perhaps we could check again later on the agenda that you feel assured that those issues are fully covered as we describe the priorities in our annual delivery plan.
Thank you. Ronnie, are you okay with that? Would you like to come back in at all?
Thank you, Chair. I'm content.
Thank you. Chris, please.
Thank you, Hayley, for a positive report. I think it actually showed some positivity on the deficit and also the structured assessment from Welsh Audit was positive as well. And then to have the two members of staff being mentioned, as you say, is always really good news and motivates the rest of the teams along the way. So that's really positive. What I just wanted to pick up on is there was a section in your report regarding the duty of candour. And I noticed that one of the actions to be done is the establishment of a candour toolkit. I just wanted to get a little I'm conscious of the time, so a brief of what does that mean, but then are there any resources that are coming from the central system by Welsh Government to facilitate that, or is that another aspect to be considered within cost pressures?
Thank you, Chris. I will ask Marie Davis to come in on this point. I think it's important that the director leads share their response, but just a bit of reassurance from my perspective. The national work here, the toolkit that's being developed, we are working closely with our national colleagues on this. But I'll pass to Marie because I think that you will give a more comprehensive response, Marie.
Thank you, Hayley. So just to come back on that really, we have now got an implementation board in for the duty of quality and duty of candour. We are looking at the resources there and sort of aligning to the national approach. We have got this duty of candour toolkit that we'll be working through and just sort of working out how we will approach that. We are compliant presently, and we've worked with our operational services to develop an approach so we can be assured that we are complying with the duty of candour, and we'll continue to progress that. And that is overseen within the quality and safety team. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Chris, do you want to come back in at all?
No, that's fine. I just wanted to pick it up to see where we were at in that process. So thank you, Chair. That's happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other contributions, questions, queries in relation to Hayley's Chief Executive report? No, so thank you, Hayley, once again. And so we move on now to the reports of the committees. Fe symudwn ni ymlaen i ystyried adroddiadau o'r gwahanol pwyllgorau neu yr is-bwyllgorau sydd gennym ni fel bwrdd, ac mae'r pwyllgorau yn dra phwysig oherwydd nhw mewn gwirionedd sydd yn gwneud rhan fwyaf o'r gwaith craffu I ni fel bwrdd. The committees of our board are very, very important. It's where the real heavy lifting takes place in relation to our scrutiny responsibilities and our responsibilities of monitoring performance and so on. And therefore, you'll see that we've moved them higher on the agenda to give them the prominence that we think that they need, and therefore the reports from committees and indeed the reports and the role of the chairs of the committees are a very, very important source of assurance for us as a board. So without any further ado, we move to the first report and to Kirsty as chair of the Patient Experience and Quality and Safety Committee. Thank you, Kirsty.
Thank you, Chair. I will take the paper as read, but there are a few items that I would like to draw the board's attention to. Members will be aware that some time ago the PECS committee drew the board's attention to their concerns around maternity services and the actions that have been taken by our head of nursing to escalate the scrutiny of those services. I'm very pleased to note in this report that those services have been de-escalated to business as usual, and the committee took great assurance from the actions that have been taken by the team to get us to that point. The matter had also been robustly discussed by the executive team, and so it's very welcome news indeed that those services are de-escalated and are now running as business as usual, and that's thanks to the hard work and dedication of staff across the services. The committee would like to bring to the board's attention, however, its concerns around patient experience, or I should say capturing patient experience. Recently, the board made a significant investment in the Civica system, which is a method by which we can capture the views and experiences of patients that have used our service. And whilst that is a very welcome addition to our toolkit and to the variety of ways in which patient experience and voice is captured, concerns were raised at the committee that a lack of identifiable resource will not allow us to fully exploit the potential of the Civica system at this particular point. Claire Roach, our Director of Nursing, who has now got responsibility for patient experience, explained what mitigating measures she has put in place to deal with this issue, and the committee took some assurance from that, but still felt it was important for the board to be aware of the constraints that currently exist on our exploitation of our Civica system. Finally, the committee looked at the corporate risk register and took assurance that the risks associated with the work of the committee are being appropriately managed by the executive. And we also looked at our forward work programme, which we commend to the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kirsty. And just to support and reiterate your thanks and appreciation in relation to the improvements in maternity services, that's a really, really encouraging to learn. As for the Civica system and the resources needed, of course, what's absolutely crucial, isn't it, is that we are assured that we have a systematic approach to listening to patients and to making sure that the patient voice is heard and makes the difference it needs to make. So as a committee, you mentioned you received assurance from the mitigating actions. Are you satisfied that those mitigating actions are adequate and will be effective?
The mitigation actions that Claire Roach described to the committee will go some way to ensuring that the investment in the civic assistant is realised. The committee has asked for a further work in this particular area to be done and will receive at its next meeting additional papers to look at how the entire system of capturing patient experience and patient voice, above and beyond, not just confined to Civica, will be taken forward. And I look forward to coming back to the board at a further point to describe our levels of assurance around the work plan that is currently being developed to look to move us to a gold standard system of capturing patient experience and the journey that we will go on, I'm sure, as an organisation to reach that point. So we have a high level of ambition. We just need to move forward and to identify the steps needed to take us to that ambition. It's important for the board to recognise that Civica is just one part of the system. We have multiple ways in which individual teams and other and other people within the organisation are capturing patient voice. So the Civica system is just one part of that. And what we expect to receive at our next meeting is a comprehensive strategy around capturing patient experience and patient voice.
Thank you, Kirsten. Clearly, this has been escalated to us as board, and so we will capture that as an escalated matter, and we will look we look forward to receiving more information along the lines that you've explained, Kirsty. So thank you. Are there any other comments or contributions in connection with the PECS report? If not, then we move to audit risk and assurance and to Mark. Thank you, Mark. Any additional comments from you?
Thank you, Chair. Mark Taylor. I'm the independent board member and also chair of the Audit Risk and Assurance Committee. The report is there and taken as read. Just wanted to highlight a couple of points. Excuse me. We've got two reports, the committee annual report and the Audit Wales Structured Assessment, which are appended to the report. I think in terms of the reports, they were generally positive and the assessment was strong, but highlighted a couple of areas where we need to look at, particularly from a board governance perspective. And I know those areas in terms of board assurance framework are currently being developed, and the importance of that was just emphasised in that report. In terms of the overall work plan, we've considered that, and also the risk registers, maybe some tweaking to come around those, but they're dynamic and we regularly review them. In terms of an important annual milestone, we've had a provisional and interim opinion from head of internal audit that they've nearly completed their audit programme, and so far their opinion of ourselves in terms of assurance is positive. So again, a good milestone and good progress in that respect. There's no other items that I wanted to raise, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any questions, anyone wanting to contribute at this stage? Helen, please.
Diolch Carl, diolch Mark. Helen Bushell, Director of Corporate Governance and Board Secretary. Just to echo Mark's points there, I think it was a very constructive and helpful report from Audit Wales on the structured assessment this year. Nothing in there that we were particularly surprised about and largely supportive of. And just to echo the point, it is really important that we redevelop our board assurance framework. We're on that journey. We've set our management responses out quite clearly, and we've started that work as an executive and governance team. So just to give the board, Carl, a little reassurance on that, and more will flow through our structures as the year goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, Mark, that's really encouraging to receive those reports and those reports of both affirming and positive assurance that's coming through your committee. So thank you for that. So if there are no others wanting to make any comment about the ARAC report, then we stay with Mark, who is chair of 2 of our committees, and Mark, you're going to speak to the D&P, the Delivery and Performance Committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, busy committee. One of the things we've looked at was reordering our cycle of business. We did move to quarterly, but we found that was restrictive in terms of the number of items coming forward and becoming slightly unmanageable. So we are going to move back to a bi-monthly cycle, which I think will help the flow of business. Generally positive. We've obviously had quite a detailed look at our financial sustainability and our integrated plan and annual plan development as well. Again, challenging but positive, and basically say working with colleagues at Welsh Government, I'm sure we will see developments along that annual delivery plan in due course. We've looked at the relevant risks on the corporate register, and we've taken assurance from the management of those. Again, it's a dynamic document, and again, we might see some development of different indicators, or as we progress through the year, different risks may emerge. We've also discussed the approach to the supplementary information that Welsh Government has requested, as I alluded to earlier, in terms of the integrated plan. And again, we should receive assurance on that in the not too distant future. We've also received reports in terms of information governance. It's an item which we had an adverse report many years ago about from an internal audit perspective, and considerable work has been ongoing, and I think we're starting to see some positive progress around many items there. What we have looked at, though, is that we have requested a further deep dive into that area so that we can see some physical evidence of it's basically a self-assessment in terms of where we've covered off many items, but we just wanted to see a little bit more physical evidence to give us complete assurance around where we are on that process. But again, really positive and good to see progress around that. That's all I want to contribute, and basically, if there are any questions, happy to take those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Do you want to mention, there's one item in the report in terms of escalation to board. Do you have any additional comment to make as regards that?
Sorry, Chair, can you just remind me?
Yeah, it's about the records management action plan.
What, sorry?
The records management action plan.
Oh, sorry, I thought I'd cover that off in terms of...
Oh, sorry.
That's the one we've requested the deep dive on.
Forgive me. Yeah, I probably was yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
So are there anyone? Yeah. So anyone wanting to come in with any question or comment as regards this report? No. So once again, Mark, thank you to you as for your work as chair of those committees, and to your committee colleagues for that important and helpful work. So finally, in terms of the committee reports, we come back to Hayley for the executive team report. Thank you, Hayley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So yes, the committee has met on 3 occasions since the last board, and a number of the items that we've considered are obviously on the agenda later, but particularly I wanted to just highlight that the committee has obviously a very strong focus on the financial position, and we considered the month 12 financial position, which is on the agenda today, as well as the month 1 for this year. The work around the Audit Wales Structured Assessment Report we've already covered in the feedback from the Audit Risk and Committee discussion, but again that reassurance from Helen and myself around our focus on implementing the recommendations within that report. The approach around reviewing the corporate risk register and ensuring that we have in place a revised approach coming through to our board in July regarding the corporate risk approach is in train. And then obviously a couple of additional, well, all 3 items later, the position around the Belmont Surgery branch practice application was considered by the Executive Committee. The work on the annual delivery plan was developed and scrutinised and approved by the Executive Committee, and also the approach that we'll be presenting later around our submission to Welsh Government by the end of this month around the supplementary information in relation to our plan is also later on the agenda. Just one good news is that I think it's really important that we are taking steps this year to relaunch the Staff Excellence Awards. It has been a really tough period for people working in the sector, and therefore really looking forward. I know it'll be a highlight of the year for many of us in being involved in looking at the various nominations for the Staff Excellence Awards, and we look forward to that event later this year. Other than that, Chair, happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Hayley? Any observations? No, so seems like everyone is deliriously content, Hayley. So thank you very much for that. In which case we leave the committee reports and we turn our attention to item 2.1 on the agenda, and as we've already recognised, a very significant item on our agenda today for consideration. Lots of work, lots of significant work has been undertaken over recent months to ensure that we as a board are fully informed and that we're provided with a very full set of papers for our meeting today that helps us to consider this important decision in a rounded and in a holistic way. I should say as well that we have invited questions from the public via our usual communication channels, be they online or in other ways, letters and so on. We've engaged extensively with people and with stakeholders. We haven't received any questions from that public engagement, and that's why that there are no questions to consider within our meeting and within our discussions today. So I'm going to ask Hayley initially to introduce this item, and then Adrian will take us through the presentation and take us through the main information, and he'll be supported by Jane Lawrence. Without taking a break, I'll then go to Katie for the Llais perspective before finally inviting Kirsty to provide a perspective as chair of the branch closure panel. So Hayley, please.
Yeah, diolch Cadeirydd. Yes, so This is a really important item for today's agenda. We received an application from Crickhowell Medical Practice asking us to consider the closure of the premises in Gilwern to enable them to consolidate their services at the premises in Crickhowell. Just for information, I just wanted to make clear that I was in the Director of Primary Care role as part of this process when I was participating in the branch review panel process. And for the purposes of today's agenda, Pete Hopgood has kindly taken over the role of Director of Primary Care. So Pete will be in that capacity participating in this discussion. I think that generally I would want to thank, this has been a substantial piece of work, and there are a substantial set of papers contained within the board pack for our consideration today, and in particular to Adrian Osborne as our Assistant Director of Engagement and Communication, and to Jane Lawrence as our Assistant Director of Primary Care. They have both worked tirelessly with their teams to bring us to the place where we are able to consider this decision today. And as a result of that, huge thanks to the team and the process that's been put in place. So I'll hand over to Adrian now to present, and then we will be able to cover later on, as you suggested, Chair, the particular views of the public and Llais and others in this process. There's a very strong engagement content and report that we do need to carefully consider as part of the item this morning. Thanks, Adrian.
Thank you very much, Hayley. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Hopefully people can see the slides there now. Are they showing? Fantastic, thank you for that. Bore da, Adrian Osborne Dewey. Good morning, everybody. I'm Adrian Osborne. I'm the Assistant Director of Engagement and Communication for the Health Board. Colleagues will have read and reviewed the papers, but given the significance of the recommendation in front of you today, it's a really important part of our governance to ensure that we've taken you through those board papers, taken you through that branch practice review process, how it's been applied in consideration of this application, so that we can make the best decision on what is understandably a difficult issue. So just to summarise the process that we've been through, when we receive an application to close a practice premises, when that's submitted to the health board from a GP practice, our role as a health board includes reviewing the reasons for that request, identifying whether alternative options are available, seeking views from patients and communities and from Llais, formerly the Community Health Council, and then making a decision following engagement on the best way forward. It looks like, are the slides forwarding for people at the moment?
Adrian, if I could just interrupt you, I think the slides in that they were on Hayley, but I think the slides are there and the live screen is now on the slide, so you can carry on.
Fantastic, thanks very much. So I'm up to slide 5, if that's okay. Now, Liz, thanks for taking over the slides there. So in terms of the branch surgery closure process, we have 7 stages in that process. We've undertaken stage 1, the application from the practice, stage 2, the engagement with key stakeholders, stage 3, the branch practice review panel, and then today we're critically at stage 4, that's the board decision-making process. Board members will also note that this policy falls due for review in May, so learning and reflections from today's discussion will be a really important part of that process to help us review and approve the next version of our branch practice review policy. I think it's also important to highlight that the process has taken place during a period of transition. As the interim chief exec has highlighted, we've had some role changes during the period of this review, and also we've seen that national transition from community health councils to Llais, and that means that some of that wider context of scrutiny and governance has changed during our process as well. So next slide, and on to slide 7 with the maps. So just to ensure that members have an overview, we received this application in November 22 from Crick Howell Group Practice to close their branch surgery. Now, it's currently the only example of a cross-border surgery in Powys, either where the main branch is in Powys with a branch outside or vice versa. Although, however, we do clearly have significant levels of cross-border registration around our large borders, both within Wales and with England. So it's a 2-site practice currently with 2 premises about 3.9 miles apart and a registered list in excess of 9,000 patients, of whom 2/3 live in Powys and 1/3 live in Monmouthshire. And you can see in through the map in front of you the spread of those patients. So you've got patients up the valley towards Brecon and also up towards Talgarth as well, a part of the catchment for the Crick Howell Group practice. So on to the next slide. So the application was prompted by 2 key issues: premises and staffing. Staffing issues have created challenges for the sustainable delivery of consistent safe services, and also they're seeing the retirement of 4 GP partners between 2022 and 2024. And critically, these partners own the Belmont surgery and wish to recover their investment in the asset. And if those posts are not filled, they say it will have a serious impact on practice sustainability. Now, there's a lot more detail about the application within the paper in front of you, and further detail was considered by the branch practice review panel. But you can see in there, for example, that the practice is currently at escalation level 3 with a risk rating of 68, and that's forecast to increase to 82, so a red rating, by January 2024 if GP replacements are not found and if the practice continues to operate across 2 sites. So the practice does consider that that current position is unsustainable, and if not addressed, it could jeopardise the overall GMS service provision for their catchment, both in Monmouthshire and Powys. And it's really important for us to consider that in the overall national context for primary care. We're seeing a challenging UK-wide recruitment environment for general practice, and there are particular service fragility and risks associated with lone working at small branch surgeries as well. And potentially, as part of the discussion, our medical director may want to bring in her professional advice on that. So in terms of the next slide, just to set out what some of the patient implications of this closure application would be. So firstly, the practice has said there'll be no enforced GP registration change. They'll be offering to maintain all of those patients continuing to be registered with Crick Howell Group Practice, and they have an open list. So they will have an ongoing obligation to register practices within that practice boundary you could see on the map. The practice has also confirmed it has no intention to reduce their existing boundary, and you'll note in the papers that there was, as part of their overall sustainability programme, a previous revision in 2021. So in addition to Crick Howell Group Practice, patients residing in Gilwen and the Gilwen area will continue to have the option to register with a number of other practices. So there are 3 practices in Abergavenny, Tudorgate, Hereford Road and Old Station that cover much of the North Monmouthshire area, also within the Crick Howell Group Practice catchment. And for residents, for instance, in the Clydach area, there's Bryn Mawr Practice, which is also available to take on registrations. So Anar and Bevan have confirmed that all of those practices have open lists and have an obligation to register patients residing in the Gilwen area. Now, clearly, travel and transport is a critical issue for us to consider when we receive applications of this nature. So those Clydach area patients, they're the furthest location from Crick Howell and currently have 2 choices for GP registration. And if the application was accepted, they would then be 7 miles from Crick Howell or 3.4 miles from Bryn Mawr, and that compares with 2 miles currently to Belmont. And for those Gilwen residents who currently have access to Belmont branch surgery within walking distance, it would be about 3.9 miles to War Memorial Health Centre or 3.8 to Tudorgate. And potentially those practices would be more accessible via public transport for Gilwen residents than travelling to Crick Howell, which requires actually a change in Abergavenny via bus. So having received the application, we moved on to engagement with key stakeholders. So on to the next slide. We received that application, we developed a draft engagement plan, and that was scrutinised through Executive Committee in December. We also shared that draft engagement plan and materials with the Community Health Councils at the time, as well as an Arden Bevan University Health Board and the practice. And we did update that plan and documentation to reflect the feedback. So on the next slide, we sought views from 10th of January to 6th of March. An engagement letter was sent to every registered household. Information was also distributed to local stakeholders, details published online. We ensured different formats were available. We held an online event and a drop-in event, as well as responding to requests to attend stakeholder meetings. And over 700 responses were received, and that is a very high response rate for any consultation. And I think and hope that this reflects both the real strength of feeling about this issue, the vast majority of those responses being from patients living closer to Gilwen. I hope also that it reflects that we held a robust engagement process that provided easy opportunity to respond and share views. And also, you might note in the branch surgery process, it expects an engagement period of 6 weeks, but we did extend that to 8 weeks, particularly recognising that cross-border context. And then on the next slide, it's really important that when we consider these applications, we're looking through multiple lenses. So we look through equality lenses such as age, disability and the other equality protected characteristics, as well as factors such as carer responsibilities, Welsh language and deprivation, and also through the future generations lens as well when we're considering these processes and applications. And in the pack, you've got the draft equality impact assessment. We published a version at the outset of engagement. It's continued to be updated through the process and will continue to do so as we move through mitigation as well, without prejudice of the discussions at the board today. Apologies. So on the next slide, I won't go through this in detail because you've got the information in your pack, but there were 15 themes that we've summarised the engagement feedback into. They're set out in more detail in the engagement report in Appendix 2 of your pack, and then you'll also see in Appendix 2.A much more of the detail that sits behind that so that you can take assurance of the process that we followed and also see in detail the feedback that we received as part of this engagement. And then on the next slide, within the engagement report, we therefore made a number of recommendations. First and foremost, that as part of this process, the board, in partnership with an Arden Bevan, should ensure that it's undertaken due diligence to ensure prudent alternatives to accepting the closure have been considered. And if that proves not to be the case, then you see a series of 11 themes for mitigation that were identified. And a key decision point for you today will be to note and receive those reports to ensure that you've taken due and conscientious consideration of the feedback we received. So skipping forward a couple of slides, after the engagement process, we moved into the branch practice review panel. I can reassure the board it was constituted in line with our branch practice surgery process, and an issue to highlight is that given the cross-border nature of this, we additionally extended a non-voting seat to the Gwent Regional Director of Llais, noting that engagement took place with CHCs, and then the panel took place on the 26th of April and therefore took place after the transition to Llais. On the next slide, you've just got the information that was included on the panel agenda. So the panel received a comprehensive suite of information to support discussion on those issues. And then on the next slide, a key consideration for the panel was to consider alternatives to accepting the application. And again, without second guessing the discussion to come on the subsequent page, the panel makes its recommendation and the voting members of the panel confirmed that the information heard and received was an accurate reflection of the practice's current situation, that adequate steps had been taken to ensure people had had an opportunity to provide their views, that alternative options had been adequately explored with no viable options available, and that PTHB, in conjunction with an Arden Bevan, had taken adequate and prudent steps to consider alternative solutions that could be implemented. So given that, with understandable disappointment for patients, and we understand this, the recommendation was that the Health Board accepts the application and with a planned closure date in 6 months' time in November 2023. So again, later in your decision points and deliberations, you will need to consider whether or not to accept that application. If you do, then we move into mitigation. And as well as the 11 themes identified within the engagement report, we've added a further theme about ensuring there's mitigation to maintain the ongoing viability of Crick-Howell Group practice to continue to provide GMS services both for patients from South East Powys and North West Monmouthshire. Again, you'll find a lot more detail about the mitigation plan in Appendix 6, and with that 6-month notice period, the intention is that gives more time to develop this in further detail and also to ensure delivery. So, for example, in relation to transport, you'll see actions that have a target date of July, so that there is the opportunity further for contingencies, and potentially the board will wish to consider how it wants to be updated on the delivery of this plan if the recommendation is accepted. I think it's important to stress as well that this is an ongoing process. So we've already had the opportunity of further discussions with colleagues from CLICE. And as a result of that, we are identifying further information that will be included within a patient letter, such as information about the opportunities for registering with an alternative practice if people choose to do so. And in addition, as part of discussions with stakeholders, it was highlighted that the fact that there are a number of alternative practices within the Abergavenny area that are potentially more accessible by patient transport does in itself potentially provide a mitigation of some of those downside risks that were identified during engagement. So in terms of the next steps, on the next slide, the draft mitigation plan is in place. We would continue to develop that and implement it. A cross-border task and finish group would be established, and 6 months notice of branch practice closure would be issued to allow more time for delivery. And again, I stress that's only subject to approval of the application by the board. In terms of board decision making, we would want to assure ourselves that this was a decision made through a robust and compliant process. So in your paper, you also have information about some of those assurances on which we can potentially rely if a decision is made. And the critical one here is stage 4, about the quality and the nature of the debate and discussion, and your own deliberations on the information within the papers in front of you, and particularly that product of engagement and what we heard. And very briefly then, to summarise the next steps, a couple of slides on. The next steps in the branch practice review process would be, if the application is accepted, there would be a patient and stakeholder notification, and you can see there some of the information that would be included in the letter. There is also an appeals process for the practice should the application not be accepted, and those appeals take place in line with the normal contract dispute resolution process under Part 7 of Section 6 of the GMS regulations. And then also there is an opportunity for the management of potential objections by the Community Health Council, or now CLICE. So that ends the presentation today. Hopefully that gives you an overview of the process we have followed and the issues under consideration today, and I'll pass back to the chair for the next steps.
Thank you, Adrian. Just before we go to CLICE and to Katie, I just wondered whether either Jane from a primary care perspective or Kate from your professional perspective, Kate as medical director, had any additional comments to make. Thank you, Kate.
Shall I? Thanks. Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Adrian, for summarising. Be very careful just to comment on the professional issues here. Then I think what was striking when looking at the information is that notably the amount of provision in the practice is currently quite small. There's one session of GP delivered care a week and 5 sessions of nurse-led care. Importantly, the nurses are sole practitioners when they're in the practice, so there were no other clinical members of staff present, and that is of some clinical concern. We know that clinicians work better in teams in terms of peer review and peer support for professional discussion. It does limit the patient mix that can be seen, and it makes it more likely that a patient would have to then be, rather than having a sort of one-stop appointment, might well have to then be referred on to the main practice in Crickhowell to be seen in any case. So I did, and I think Claire Roche, who isn't here today, wouldn't mind me sharing that there is some professional concern about having single practitioners working in a practice at any time, which frankly isn't good practice. So that's all I really wanted to add.
Thank you, Kate. And Jane, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I apologise for the silhouette behind me, but I've tried my best with the blinds today to get a better view of me, so apologies for that. Jane Lawrence, Assistant Director of Primary Care with the Health Board. To add really to Adrian's detailed presentation, it's just to re-emphasise that this is a complex situation for the Health Board, in the fact that the Gilwyn, the Belmont surgery in Gilwyn is actually part of Monmouthshire, which Aneurin and Bevan have contractual responsibility for securing general medical services. However, the or legal responsibility, I should say, for securing general medical services for that population. However, the general medical services contract is currently with Crickhowell, which is a Powys practice. So I think that complexity needs to be emphasised really in the board's consideration today, and the branch surgery panel and the process has been held in line with the detailed process that we have in place with the Health Board. And I suppose it's just to mention really that Aneurin and Bevan Health Board were not part of that panel because they did have no contractual jurisdiction, because the contract sits with Powys Teaching Health Board through the Crickhowell Medical Practice. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. And so we turn now to the perspective of Llais, and Katie, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, before I make some observations, just to reassure members that I've worked very closely with my colleague Gemma Morgan, as both Hayley and Adrian have referenced in Aneurin and Bevan Llais. So I am speaking and representing the views of Llais, although as the Regional Director for Powys, and given that the practice is in Powys, that's why I'm in attendance today and Gemma isn't. Before I start, I just want to echo Hayley's comments really about how robust and comprehensive the engagement process was. And I cannot thank the team enough. It was very, very comprehensive. I attended the face-to-face session and the online session. The face-to-face session in Gilwyn was very well attended, and it was really heartening to see a range of different backgrounds and ages who visited that drop-in session. So my thanks to the team. I know a lot of hard work went into that. So, Chair, if I may, I just want to make a few observations. They're not in any particular order, but given the volume of responses and the volume of the information that you've got before you, if I could just pull out a couple of points, really. Firstly, as Adrian has indicated, given the comprehensive engagement, to have a response of around 25% is absolutely incredible. It is, it is partly obviously to do with the comprehensive process that was followed, but also it indicates the real strength of voice from that particular community. And I think on an all Wales basis, there is an issue about how strong a voice of community's voice has to be heard in order to influence change. So this was a very, very strong voice. I think it's also important to note that there have been similar situations recently, one in Goitra and one in Hywel Dda, which resulted in the branch surgeries remaining open. So there is a sort of precedent for addressing some of these quite challenging issues. I think the other thing to note is from a Llais perspective, that one of the fundamental drivers across Wales and in Powys is around care closer to home. And that's really important, both for Llais, but I know to you as a health board. And I think as an observation, Llais isn't persuaded that if there wasn't a want to sell the premises, whether this discussion would actually be happening. And I think from a Powys perspective, from a Llais Powys perspective, given the number of branches that are so critical to our communities in Powys, that's a really important, it's a concern that we as Llais have about the precedent that is potentially set for future branches, given sustainability and recruitment, which has already been mentioned. So from the Llais perspective, this is about reinstating the pre-COVID services and provision to the community. The border does make it really challenging, but I think both Gemma and I are concerned that given the voice of that community, that actually that community potentially falls between a rock and a hard place because of that cross-border situation. I think the other issue for us is that you'll see from the responses that there were a range of different sort of comments, but undeniably the biggest or the two biggest features and factors were around travel, and they were around the demographics and the ageing population of Gilwan and the accessibility. And although the miles are very small from Gilwan to Crickhowell, the travel time with no public transport is potentially huge. And for one of the panel sessions, I actually analysed the bus timetables in a lot of detail to say, if I was a patient and I was going for an appointment in Crickhowell, what bus would I take, where would I change, how long would I wait, and what time would I get there? There are only two times of day where all those buses join up. One journey takes 4 hours, the other takes 4.5 hours. And one of those journeys requires an hour's wait in Abergavenny bus station. So when one of the issues that we raised as Llais is whether patients from Gilwan would actually have the opportunity to be more selective about their appointment times, i.e. would there be flexibility in making an appointment that would fit within that half-hour window of that 4.5-hour bus journey. If you look at the responses to the survey, there's a very, very high proportion of individuals from that community who walk and cycle to the Belmont surgery. So although, it could be argued that there was a proportionate drive, actually getting a bus for those patients would mean going through Abergavenny and not necessarily getting on a second bus to come to Crickhowell, and that would obviously be about patient choice. But I think it's really important that although buses do run, and although it is only 3 miles, the practicalities of actually getting there are really really quite challenging. So I think I'm not really going to say a huge amount more, Chair, because I think it's important there's a full and frank discussion. I think the Llais have seen the mitigation plan. Obviously, it's the board's mitigation plan, but I think one of the concerns we raised was that some of those mitigating actions, don't sort of come to a conclusion until October, given that the proposed implementation of this change is in November. So we suggested that actually that timescale was revisited, because obviously until the outcome of some of that work is known, the impact on those patients won't be known. So, for example, there's a letter in the pack from the Crickhow Volunteer Bureau, which at the moment is saying that they don't have the capacity, appreciating that there is a meeting taking place, which could mean that they that discussion means that there will be capacity. That meeting hasn't yet taken place. So there's also something about the detail and the timing of some of this to make sure that if the decision is taken to close that branch, that mitigation plan is in place well in advance of the actual closure of that branch. But I have to say, from a Llais point of view, the strength of voice on this one is so strong and so compelling that it's really important that we make sure that we are clear about our representations to you as a board today.
Katie, much appreciated. Thank you for representing that perspective so effectively and so strongly. Thank you. So finally, before we open it up to discussion, we go to Kirsty, who chaired the branch closure panel, to hear the perspective of the panel. Thank you, Kirsty.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you stated, the panel met on the 26th of April. Prior to chairing that panel meeting, I also attended the virtual and the drop-in engagement events, so that I could hear firsthand from people who wanted to engage in that process, but also hear firsthand from the GP surgery, who on both on the drop-in events and in the panel were able to give their perspective around the basis for their application. From the perspective of the panel, we were content that the process to date had been a robust one and had followed the stated policy of Powys Teaching Health Board, and we're very gratified to hear from Katie, and Katie has reiterated that today, the professionalism of the engagement exercise that was undertaken, which has allowed us to gather a vast amount of information. As Katie said, the response rate has been tremendous and shows a high level of interest and participation, and a strength of feeling naturally to preserve services in that community. The committee looked in depth and listened carefully to the points raised by Katie and her Llais colleague from Nye Bevan, but notwithstanding what Katie has said, and what she said is absolutely correct in terms of access issues and the strength of feeling, the committee did not, or was not able to identify an alternative, a practical and prudent alternative, than to accept the application from the GP surgery. If there's any questions about the process or indeed that meeting, I'd be happy to answer them. But I am satisfied that the committee had all the information that it required and considered diligently other alternatives and options. But the recommendation we came to was that the application should be accepted, hence bringing the papers to board today.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it now for discussion and comment. It may be that participants will want to take up specific elements or dimensions of what the contributors have mentioned to date. So be that Llais or colleagues from the Health Board and so on. So please do that within that general invitation to participate in the discussion. So I'm going to go initially to Simon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Simon Wright, independent member. First, wanted to thank colleagues for their work and as a board member, I'm taking some very strong assurance that a very comprehensive process has been followed, and that diligent work has taken place to gather stakeholder views. Clearly, that it is very important to ensure the safe provision of services, and I hear very strongly that there was limited services already provided and some serious concerns around some of the ongoing challenges if they were to try and remain in place. I think the work of that Kirsty has described is also key in assessing whether an alternative is viable and concluding that hasn't been the case, and I take that recommendation. The question I have is really around how much more we can be doing in the mitigation space, and particularly with respect to that critical issue of transport, because it does strike me that that is the area where, if we can mitigate that impact, will make most difference to most people. So I just wonder and seek some comments from colleagues around what more can be done to support those arrangements. And I appreciate meetings have yet to happen, and how might we as a board receive ongoing assurance about the detail of those mitigations and the actions that can be taken, particularly in light of Katie's comments around ensuring that the mitigation plan is in place prior to the actual closure. So it's just really to ask how we might maintain a line of sight to those discussions and the outcomes from them, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. And just before I go to Mark, Pete, if you'll just bear with me just for a second. I think if I go to independent members initially, and then I'll come to executives afterwards. But as I said earlier, Jennifer Owen Adams, one of our independent members, can't be with us today. However, she has emailed me her observations and comments against a number of our agenda items. As regards this particular item, she is generally in favour of approving the recommendations. However, and it links with Simon's comment, Jen supports Llys's view that they be kept informed of any developments or progress in relation to the mitigations proposed. So that was Jen's main observation as regards the information that we've been provided with. So, Mark, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions, and if I can put those questions first, then that would be helpful, perhaps. The first one is a general point, and I think Jane touched on it earlier, in terms of the complexity because of the cross-border situation. And whilst I'm noting and agree with Simon's earlier comment about the comprehensive nature of the report, is I'd just like an assurance that would we have done anything different if this situation was wholly within our geographical area of coverage? The second one relates to noting the point that Kate made about lone nations working in terms of nurses. The report makes it clear you've got predominantly the main sessions are nurse-led, and I was wondering, noting the pressure on GPs and the fact that the practice building needs to be sold, is there more that we could do in terms of providing some nurse-led provision in another community facility? I think it's part of what has been picked up within the engagement. Again, noting that it's not good practice to have a single clinician working, but whether there's something we could do around that. And the third one was a specific point of access, again picked up on the engagement report, and this is for the residents of the sheltered housing accommodation Coed Uchel, forgive my pronunciation if that's wrong, And that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Perfect pronunciation, Mark. So yeah. Okay, I am going to go to Chris now, and then I will go for a response to the questions and observations so far. So Chris Walsh, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentations from all of the comments that have been on there. It's certainly clear to myself that there has been a very robust process taken, and this is a difficult decision, and I take it on board. If I was representing that community, I would be concerned with some of the decisions that we have to make. I want to first of all just to clarify, in making the decision today, if that happens, is that required in order for us to move to mitigation? Do we need to do one part of that process before we can then look at the next step? Or can we look at the next step and then consider once we've got a fuller picture? The other question that falls out for me is, does the health board maintain its statutory duty of sustaining the delivery of primary medical services if this surgery is then closed, particularly to that population? Because when I looked at some of the equality impact assessment data, there is a very elderly population there, and in the commentary that was provided by the 700 residents, a number of them indicated that they do drive currently, but within the next 18 months they're not. And I think then we're going to be building up then a residual of issues that I think we just need to understand. Where does the Dynamo system fall if we make a decision, and where is it then going to go? And I just want to get the assurances from the group that has met. Have they looked into that level of detail? I do agree that having single-handed practitioners is not good practice. It is a risk. Lone workers is something that we should take very seriously, and it's also protections for patients as well. It works both ways. So have we looked at any different models in relation to that nursing team? Because now with independent prescribing coming in and district nursing clusters and a hub, to see whether there's any different models on there, and I just want to have that assurance coming through on there. And I just want us to be very clear, have we exhausted every avenue we can before we make that decision on there? And obviously there's only a limited number of independent members here today, and I just wonder, and I look to the chair for guidance in this, of whether if other independent members were there, would we come out with a different decision? And should we therefore wait for that decision, particularly if there's no implication around the mitigation and the next steps falling through? But I'm happy to go along with the decision today. I think there has been a very robust process, in my view, followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Can I just pick up that last point before we go on? So you're absolutely right. We are rather depleted in terms of our independent member attendance today, for, as I say, for justifiable reasons and a diversity of reasons. However, should there be consensus in relation to the decision as regards the recommendation. There's no reason why we can't make that decision today. Should there not be consensus, then we will consider how we respond appropriately to that. But let's see where we get to in a few minutes' time. So I'm conscious of time. I don't want to unhelpfully foreshorten the debate and the conversation. However, I am conscious that we've got a lot of other business to get through today as well. So we've probably got another 5 minutes or so before we will need to take a decision. A number of issues have been raised: transport mitigation, complex cross-border issues, lone working, possibility of different models, nurse-led provision, access for the Coeditiel facility. It is the process itself, do we need to make the decision as a prerequisite to mitigations, and our statutory duties in relation to the Gilwen population and its domino effect. So those are the issues that have been raised so far. So I can see that Kate wants to come in. So please, I'll go to Kate, then perhaps I'll go to Adrian and or Jane, and it may be that other executives might want to come in as well. And before we finish the discussion, I will go to Hayley for a final sum up. But Kate, please.
Thank you. So I'll try and, because I think there were some themes there in the question, so I'll sort of try and answer them in the round from Mark and Chris. And really more about the lone working. Are there other mitigations? Are there other ways we could do it? I think important to understand that what the practice has highlighted is an overall capacity issue. So difficulty recruiting GPs, which is creating difficulty providing a GP for Gilwen, and indeed I'm sure some difficulty in Crickhowell as well. In terms of nursing, again, we'd have the same issue, is that it's the finite number of nurses that the practice has. And so I think it's very difficult to see a way around that. If we pulled more nurses from Crickhowell, that would compromise the Crickhowell practice and compromise the Crickhowell patients. So this is the balance of risk as well, I think. Important to remember that we have the pharmacy in Gilwen, and there is actually quite an overlap between what the nurses can provide and what the pharmacists can provide in the common ailment service, and that is something that is being explored. So that would be a provision that could be provided locally. And in terms of the district nurses, then again, I think we have the issue that they are all fully deployed in the district nursing activities, which are out in people's homes and closer to home. So I don't believe that would be an option. It's not the same work and it's not the same skill set. In terms of access to the shelter complex, I don't think that would make any difference. I think the provision would be exactly as is, that is provided by the main practice at the moment, and I can't see that would change, but it's a question we could formally ask. But I can't see how it would change. So I think that's answered most of those questions. I think in summary, it has been thought about. I think it's the finite capacity, and that highlighting the practice has continually been out to recruitment, and it is a very, very difficult market at the moment, and I think that's where we are.
Thank you. So let's go to Jane, Adrian and Hayley in that order, please. Jane.
Thank you, Chair. So there was just a couple of points from those questions that I just wanted to respond to. So firstly, it was regarding the question that Simon Wright asked around recognising the transport challenges, and it was just to update really and give assurance that obviously the mitigation, we recognise the transport challenges from Crickhowell, from Gilwen to Cowell and return journey, which has come out in the stakeholder engagement exercise, and the mitigation plan does refer to the voluntary transport arrangements and having discussions with them to expand them, recognising that meetings are being held as per Katie Blackburn's point. However, the outcome of those discussions are unclear at the moment. But what I wanted to just to update on, and this isn't reflected in the mitigation plan because it's not actually a mitigation, because it is a current situation or a current service, that the Gilwyn patients have the ability to register with 4 practices in the Abergavenny area and 1 practice in the Bryn Mawr area currently, and therefore the transport arrangements between Gilwyn and Abergavenny and Gilwyn and Bryn Mawr are fairly frequent. For example, there's a 4 times a day bus service from Gilwyn to Abergavenny running both ways, that those patients, should they wish to register with Abergavenny, would have that accessible transport arrangement. And likewise, there is a daily bus service as well to the Bryn Mawr practice. So I just wanted to give that assurance that the patients have that choice today to register, and will continue to have that choice to register with those other practices, as opposed to maintaining their registration at Crickhowell, where the current transport arrangements are not as robust. And then my second point was in response to Councillor Walsh's statement, was around question around the Health Board statutory duty. As a health board, we have obligation to provide general medical services to our resident population, so the residents of Powys, and in terms of statutory obligation, it's an Iron Bevan's responsibility to secure general medical services for an Iron Bevan resident population. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies, Katie. I should have said that we'll come to you. So we'll come to you at this stage. I'm really sorry for having to say, but I'm conscious of the clock in danger of beating us. So Katie, Adrian, Hayley, if I could ask us to be as succinct as possible, that would help me anyway. So thank you, Katie.
Just very briefly, I think the comment that Jane has just made sort of re-emphasises our concern as Llais that the patients of Gilwyn actually fall between 2 health boards, and where they reside and where they receive their services, and they must not it must not be to their detriment that they live where they live. The comment I was going to make really was just to be clear, that Llais, of course, the safety of all healthcare staff is of paramount importance, and we would not be for one moment proposing to put anybody, whether that's patients or staff, in an unsafe environment. I have to add, however, that pre-COVID, the presence in Gilwyn was greater, and in fact it's not that long ago where there were 2 practices in Gilwyn, so the presence in Gilwyn was greater pre-COVID. It hasn't really, the staffing hasn't really sort of changed since COVID. So those just 2 observations that I'd like to make, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adrian.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I think those cross-border issues are so important. We've seen heard such a power of voice on this issue, and that disambiguation between our responsibilities in relation to the contract versus an Iron Bevan Health Board's responsibilities to secure health services for this area are a critical part of that deliberation. And I think and hope you can see in the mitigation plan that they've made commitments to areas that they intend to focus on. And I think also as an assurance to the board throughout this process, there's been ongoing liaison with an Iron Bevan, both in relation to alternative options and in relation to mitigation as well, and their own duties in this respect. And that's been at engagement level, primary care director level, and at chief executive level as well. So we've had that ongoing liaison. I think that'll be a really critical part then of creating a task and finish group if this application is accepted, and then thinking back to the comments earlier about how the board might wish to be kept abreast of that in Llais as well. So for example, would you like an update on it in 2 months' time? I think the strength of voice is a critical issue here as well. We have heard a strength of voice, but I actually hope that and expect that when we do engagement well, we will hear a strong voice, including one of opposition. And clearly, in terms of legal precedent, engagement and consultation of this nature isn't a vote. What it is a process by which we can seek the widest range of views to understand whether there are alternative options, whether those can be considered, and also what the impacts are and how we can mitigate them. And that travel issue is important. Jane's addressed an issue that I was planning to touch on, which is, whilst it's maybe not from a local perspective in terms of continuity of care, the perfect mitigation, actually we've got a community here that has regular bus access to direct to Abergavenny if people do choose to re-register. And Mark talked earlier about, would this be the same if it was a practice within our area? And we heard representations from the north part of this practice's catchment, where our residents are already travelling 8 miles to their nearest GP practice, for instance, if they live in that Talabont-on-Usk area, and some of the challenges people already experience. So I think in terms of what I've seen and what I've heard, I'm confident that it would be the same decision. We've asked Anar and Bevan, as the responsible body as well, whether they have any viable alternatives to accepting this closure, and they have confirmed that that is not the case and they do not have viable alternatives, but they do wish to proceed with mitigation. And I think too, the separation of the decisions is important. We need to consider the application on its merits based on whether or not we have heard and considered relevant alternatives. Then there is the separate issue around the mitigation plan and how we move forward with that, rather than necessarily conflating the two. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. So final observations and summary from you, Hayley, and then we'll move to the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. So really helpful comments and discussions so far. So if I start with just the strength of voice that has been shared and the excellent response rate that we've had to the engagement, and the general agreement that we are all very assured that the process of engagement has been strong and appropriate, I think that it's really important for me to say that, and you've covered it, Adrian, that again, it is a difficult decision when you have a strength of opinion, but actually we are recommending as a branch review panel that to close the premises. So that's the first point. So I really, it's a heavy heart really that we're in this position, that we are unable to find alternatives to be able to respond to the public as they have set their wishes to be. Just in terms of a relationship with Anar and Bevan, I think it's really important that Crick Howell stepped in to provide this practice in the first place, which was outside of Powys. And the history of joint working across this area has been strong for years. And I think that the concern in particular, Katie, I really hear it from yourself and from Gemma and from Llais, is that concern that because of the contractual arrangements that we've got in place, that we may indeed, people may feel that the community is between a rock and a hard place, and therefore that concern that you articulated about falling between two health boards, I think that that's a concern that we need to listen to, because the reality of the situation is that we have contractual duties that are different and statutory duties that are different, but we have at every level, both at that managerial level, at the practice level, and at an executive and chief executive level, made absolutely clear from the outset that we're working in partnership on this. And that we both separately and together considered whether there were alternative options before we then considered the recommendation to the board coming forward. And I think the one point that Mark raised, which would we have treated this, or would the outcome be any different if this was within Powys? Absolutely not, in terms of the process that we followed. However, because of the cross-border issues, the mitigation plan that we need to put in place, there are different responsibilities that we have. We would have the full control of that and authority and responsibility if indeed we were to consider a branch closure within the catchment of Powys. But because it's out width of our boundary, the work that we need to do on the mitigation plan is different, in the sense of we need to work fully and in partnership with the Neighbour and Bevan Health Board to make sure those mitigations are put in place. I think the other issue for me is around just the lead-in time, to remind the board that normally the lead-in time of this sort of decision is shorter than the 6 months that we've suggested. And that is in part recognising the complexity of working across the boundaries of 2 counties to deliver the mitigation plan, not just with the Neighbour and Bevan University Health Board, but with Monmouthshire County Council and the third sector and the community itself. And then the final point I wanted to raise is around the balance of risk, which Kate has beautifully covered from a clinical risk point of view. But there is something about us as a health board being timely in our decision making as well, to support certainty around the plans that individual practices would and need to make as a result of the decision making that we would make. So I think that timeliness of our decision making is something we need to think about. And then the final point, just in terms of precedent, I think it came up earlier in some of the comments. This is part of the reason why the branch review panel process is unique to a process to an individual branch and to an individual practice, and why the process is really strong about engaging, because every practice has different circumstances, different workforce, different staffing challenges. And indeed, where there are examples through the branch review panel process of perhaps those decisions not being supported by the board, then I'm sure in those circumstances there will be other actions to support the sustainability of the practice being put in place. Not just we don't accept it, there would be sustainability discussions and alternative actions that would be need to taken to make sure that those issues that led to those practice review panel considering closure applications to deal with. So I think it's really important that we don't the language of precedent is important, to be really clear that these are individual applications at a practice level. And I just wanted to say the broader sustainability challenges in primary care, we may face more of these across NHS in Wales. And I think it's really important that we reiterate to the board the importance of taking it on a case-by-case basis. That's all I wanted to add, Chair. I hope that's helpful. Thanks.
Very helpful. Thank you, Hayley. So we need to move to the recommendations. I'm going to take the recommendations separately, and I would ask board members to indicate in the chat function if they don't support the recommendation. And so we take, first of all, recommendation A, that we receive and note the engagement report, the equality impact assessment, and the response from Llais, Powys CHC, and Gwent CHC Llais, and of course the comprehensive information in relation to those to those reports are in our packs. Does anyone want to indicate that they are not content to receive and note those reports and those responses? So that recommendation is supported. Recommendation B is to approve the recommendation from the branch practice review panel to accept the application from Crickhowell Medical Practice to close their premises in Gilwern, and the planned closure date will be the 30th of November 2023. Would anyone like to indicate that they're not content to approve recommendation B? No, so that recommendation is approved unanimously. And further then to that decision, we are asked to receive, review and approve the mitigation plan that you'll see as Appendix 6 in the pack of papers, bearing in mind that the mitigation plan is a work in progress and it will be further developed and developed in partnership with colleagues in AB UHB and indeed with the community. So does anyone, Mark, please?
Thank you, Chair. It was just a point of clarification on that in terms of what we're actually approving today. Is it just what we see before us, or will there be a touch point for a further approval of that mitigation plan in the future?
Yes, and that links with comments earlier. Perhaps I could bring Adrian in for a comment there. Adrian, any thoughts?
Thank you, Chair. Potentially we could approve the mitigation plan as it stands, but also with the expectation that it came back for updates to subsequent board meetings through to the period when we're recommending that through to the end of that 6-month period, if that sounded reasonable. So the recommendation would be updated to say that we receive, review and approve the proposed mitigations, and also that updates will be brought to the board on the further development and delivery of that mitigation plan every 2 months.
Yep, Mark, are you content with that?
I think broadly subject to the proviso that it's for approval rather than just for information when it's brought back.
Adrian?
That, if you're content with that, Chair, that seems like a very good way forward.
Okay,
thank you.
So Adrian has suggested an amendment to the recommendation that provides for the mitigation plan as a work in progress to be brought back to the board for approval, and those reports will report not simply on the further development of the plan itself, but on the effectiveness of its implementation. Given that amendment, would anyone like to indicate that they don't support the amended recommendation? Thank you. That is supported unanimously. And finally, that we receive a note, the assurance as regards the process itself, so that the process has been carried out and implemented as required and effectively. Again, any yes, please, Helen, you want to come in.
Thank you, Carl. I just want to be absolutely clear what the board is agreeing. So I think what I'm hearing is that the board has unanimously agreed recommendation B, which was the closure, to receive and accept the closure for the practice. What's coming back to the board in both July and potentially then in September is an updated mitigation plan, taking into account the conversations we've had today and further conversations that will happen. And it will be the mitigation plan that is then for the board's approval, not the decision to close the practice.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
That's my understanding as well. So does anyone want to indicate that they don't support recommendation D in relation to the effectiveness, appropriateness and acceptability of the process? Okay, that is supported again unanimously, and it simply remains for me to say a huge thank you to everyone involved. It's been very heartening and encouraging to hear affirming comments in relation to the engagement process, communications and how that has been carried forward. Clearly, these are very complex, very difficult decisions, and that affect people. And I think Katie's articulation of the concerns and so on behalf of Llais and on behalf of patients has been absolutely heard, registered. Hence, our decision as a board to keep a very keen and sharp eye on the mitigations and their effectiveness. So thank you very much. We have given more time to that than was on the agenda, but I'm happy that we've done that. It's a very, very important, significant decision, and it's right that we give it the time that it requires. So I'm now going to suggest that we take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break, which means that we come back at 11:50, please. So I shall see you in a few minutes. Thank you. Wel, mae 'di troi 10 munud I 12. Felly mi newn ni ailgychwyn ac fe drawn ein sylw rwan at eitem 2.2 ar yr agenda. Very warm welcome back, and we turn now to item 2.2 on the agenda, to the integrated plan. As colleagues will recall, we agreed and submitted a proposed IMTP to Welsh Government following our last board meeting. We knew that it was a working plan, a work in progress, principally because it wasn't a financially balanced plan. And so, not surprisingly, Welsh Government has come back to us, as Welsh Government has gone back to all health boards in Wales and asked us to do a little more work. And they have specifically requested an additional submission. So we're not asked to resubmit the plan, but we are asked to complement the original submission with some additional information. And so what we have in front of us today is the proposed additional submission, and we're going to go to Hayley initially for to introduce this item, and I think then that Steve and Pete will come in to support the item before opening it up to discussion. So Hayley, thank you.
Diolch, Gadeirydd. Yes, so we have had a number of conversations with Welsh Government as an organisation, both within the scrutiny meeting that we referenced earlier in the meeting that was held on the 2nd of May around our plan content, but also during the joint executive team meeting that was held earlier in May as well. This isn't unusual. I think the context is important, Chair, for board members to be aware that every health board across Wales has been asked to look at various components of the plan, and there is an affordability financial challenge for the whole system currently in terms of the level of financial deficit that NHS Wales is facing. We know that in terms of our current position, we have undertaken some additional due diligence work, which Pete will cover from a financial perspective, and Steve will give you an overview from a delivery confidence assessment for our performance trajectories against the ministerial targets. And I think it's just to remind the board as we go into this conversation and the need for us to supply that information to Welsh Government, that we will be in part talking about the whole organisation, but certainly the second part of the conversation about the confidence assessment in delivery, we'll be looking at that from two lenses. One, as a provider of services within Powys, where we have full control over the ability to focus on delivery, and then also an assessment and how we will manage our commissioning responsibilities, not just within Wales, but also across England as well. So, and this work is reflecting the work that we've undertaken locally, but clearly there's a lot of national and regional discussions taking place about how this fits together across the entirety of NHS Wales. So we will continue to provide you updates as that further develops on the progress that's made in the national discussions that are currently taking place. So if it's okay, I'll hand over first to Pete. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayley. Good morning, everyone. Pete Hopgood, Interim Deputy Chief Exec, Director of Finance and IT, and Interim Director of Primary Care. Just for ease of reference, really, I'm going to relate to pages as referenced in Appendix 1, which supports the paper. So just a reminder, really, for the board that our original submitted plan had a deficit position of 33.5 million. And included in that plan was the delivery of £7.5 million worth of savings, cost reduction and mitigating actions. So as part of the review, we've gone through and looked at every component of that original plan. I'm currently referring to page 3 of Appendix 1. So in terms of our underlying deficit, we've reassessed that position, re-looked at it, given our our current draft outturn position for 22-23 of a deficit of 7 million against an original forecast of 7.5 million. And we've reviewed and checked all of the assumptions that link into our underlying deficit. Similarly, we've reviewed all of our inflationary assumptions, gone back and checked against latest inflation figures, and run through and checked every component of that area. The same in relation to our demand and service growth assumptions, in particular some key assumptions around the level of complex care and continuing healthcare packages that we'll be providing, and also the impact of the reduced allocation in relation to COVID over our areas of service. In reviewing those 4 key areas that's been done in a lot of detail, I'm keeping this purposely at a high level. There is some movement in each area, but the net effect is minimal. So that part of our plan is being held. So what we have focused on is how we de-risk our financial plan. So one of the key risk areas was the level of savings and mitigating actions as identified in our plan, that being 7.5 million. And the latest assessment of where we are against delivery of that 7.5 million, which is key in delivering our overall plan, is that we have £2.2 million worth of green identified schemes, high level of confidence that they'll be delivered, action already taking place. £4.7 million worth of amber schemes, which need some further work just to push them into that green category to then give higher confidence of delivery. And then the balance of 0.6 million, which is yet to be fully identified. So this has shown some progress from when we first submitted our plan and takes us to a position now where we've got that reasonable level of assurance that we will deliver the 7.5 million of mitigating actions within the plan. There is, as always, a risk in the plan, a risk of things happening year and changes to assumptions. But given where we are, the proposal to board is that we hold our financial plan in support of our annual plan at a deficit of 33.5 million, but with an increased and enhanced level of confidence around delivering the 7.5 million mitigating actions within that plan. And just to summarise and finish off, we will be keeping a constant review in this area. In year, if we deliver further opportunities to improve our position, we'll be doing that. And in all areas, looking to reduce our run rate and our expenditure rates, but also in line with supporting delivery of our services, with value-based healthcare being the key approach to everything that we do. And I'll stop there and then happy to take any questions at the end regarding the financial element of the plan.
Thank you. Steve, please.
Thank you, Chair, and morning all. I'm Steve Powell, I'm Interim Director of Performance and Commissioning at the Health Board. So following on from Pete's introduction, I'm also going to take information and present to you from Appendix 1 of the pack within the board, and specifically page 5 of that 8-page pack. So we were required to submit a number of performance recovery trajectories, as Hayley said, for both commissioned and provider services. And as part of our planning, we decided to do a delivery confidence assessment as to how we felt we would get on in the delivery of those targets across the new financial year. When we submitted our plan at the end of March for our own provider services, the table on slide 5 depicts what we sent in as a confidence assessment and what we're now proposing as part of this revised submission. So we did submit 2 areas of low confidence for the provision of our own services, but we're now saying that following some further work and review, we will not be submitting any areas of low delivery confidence as part of our services that we provide. And those 2 areas were particularly around delayed transfers of care, where we signified a high risk of non-delivery in our initial submission. We now have revised that to medium. And in terms of the number of patients likely to be waiting more than 52 weeks for an outpatient appointment, we originally put that as medium. We've now said that we don't believe that any patients will wait more than 52 weeks in our own provider services for a first outpatient appointment. So we've also reflected upon some of the other medium and high areas of delivery, and that table just shows the before and after changes in our submission. It is worth noting that some of our improved performance assessment is reliant upon some additional funding expected from Welsh Government, and that's 2.8 million expected and included within our plans as part of our IMT submission. We haven't actually had the confirmation of that yet, but it is expected imminently. From a commission perspective, we submitted again a delivery assessment of the performance we expect our commission providers across England and Wales to deliver on our behalf. And given the performance challenges in secondary care, be that around cancer targets, diagnostic targets, referral to treatment time targets, and delays and ambulance response times, we felt that we could not alter at this stage our delivery confidence. So you will see a marked difference on slide 7 of the delivery confidence assessment, with the majority of indicators all showing a low and medium assessment for the new financial year. Having said that, all NHS organisations in Wales and to a degree in England have been asked to resubmit their performance forecasts for the new financial year. That's all due by the end of May in Wales, and in England I believe they've already recently submitted them. So as a commissioner, we now need to wait for those revised assessments to be played back to us. And what I'm suggesting is that once that exercise has been undertaken, we update this particular component of our plan, i.e. the commissioned delivery forecast, once we've received that information, and bring that back to board. The final slide in Appendix 1 is slide 8. And this records a number of performance trajectories that we did submit on the 21st of April. That was after our official submission. We were asked by Welsh Government to submit this pro forma. Also, that has gone in, and we await feedback on those trajectories as well. I'll conclude there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Steve. So it's now open for comment or discussion. Does anyone want to ask a question or contribute at all? Ronnie, please.
Thank you, Chair. Apart from the 2.8 million that Steve has referenced, and I asked this question more in hope than expectation, but I wondered, Pete, do you see any other positive information that might impact on this at all and improve the position? And my second comment is, Steve, I note the up to 52 weeks to wait for an outpatient appointment, but not exceeding that. I suppose what I have in mind is today's news, and I don't know how this translates to Powys, but last year 272,000 patients paid for private treatment, some of it costing up to £15,000, rather than face the awful prospect of a long wait. And I think we need to be deeply cognizant of that fact. Thank you.
Pete, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie. So in the complex detail within our plan, we have clear assumptions around the income we expect to receive. So our plan is based on all of those known income streams at a point in time. If in the year there were some additional funding allocations based on consequentials from decisions made in Westminster, etc., then there could be a potential benefit in year. But at this stage, there's nothing expected or nothing that's been identified to be included. But obviously, an area that's under constant review and attention.
Thank you. Are you content, Ronnie, or would you like to come back on anything?
Sorry, Chair, I'm just unmuting. I just wondered if Steve would like to comment at all on the 52-week wait dimension. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I will, Ronnie. So within our own provider, we do not expect any patients to wait more than 52 weeks for first outpatient. And as I believe today, we don't have any. It is obviously much more difficult within our commission services across England and Wales, and there are a number of patients that we have got in those other areas that are waiting more than 52 weeks. All those health providers are working to improve capacity. So there are financial constraints, there are workforce constraints and capital constraints, but there are a lot of conversations happening even within those constraints to try and improve capacity, access and performance. So across Wales, we're involved in a Mid-Wales planning group to see to what extent we can provide mutual solutions with both ourselves, Haldar and Betty Cadwallader for the north, and also working alongside CTM Health Board and Oran, Cardiff and Vale as part of a Southeast planning group. They're also looking to mobilise additional capacity. Similarly, across the English, in the English NHS. So those plans haven't actually been mobilised yet, but when they are mobilised, that will provide additional capacity to improve waiting times. I mean, all of the waiting times are ministerial priority measures for the new financial year, as they have been actually for the 22-23 financial year. So everyone's completely cognizant of the need to improve access.
Ronnie, content?
Thank you, I am content.
Thank you. We've got a few people wanting to come in, so we'll take three questions, one after the other. So I go to Kirsty, Simon, and then Chris, please.
Thank you. Steve, I wonder if you could articulate a little bit more the work that's been done to enable you to move from a position of low confidence to medium confidence about providers. I'm particularly interested in your assessment around delayed transfers of care, because that is not completely within our own gift. There are issues that we can do to improve our patient flow, but that's not a function that is held entirely within our own organisation. So if you could just articulate, and I'm glad that we've been able to see that movement, and it's a much more positive picture than I'm afraid the dire scenario you're telling us around commission services, but a little bit more about why you feel able to make that judgment today.
Yeah, Simon?
Just to say thank you for the overview on the finances, and I think we're right to hold firm on what we're returning there despite the request and pressure from Welsh Government. On the ministerial priorities, very similar to Kirsty. In short, what has changed to move from a position of low to a position of high confidence is really, could you say something more about that? And also to note, I recognise and support the position we're taking on commission services, that it's right to wait until we've seen those plans and then can review and revise our own confidence levels at that point, and recognise that where things are within our control, we should have more capacity and capability of revising things. It's just like Kirsty's question, what's changed to allow us to shift in our, particularly from low to high confidence areas?
Yep, thank you.
Sorry, Steve. Sorry, if we could just go to Chris as well, and then we can if you could respond to those three questions together. So Chris, please.
Yes, I mean, it's a build on from what has been mentioned, but slightly different detail on. Again, this one would be probably for Pete, because it's in relation to the 4.7 million, which is amber. How much of that is within our own given, or are we dependent upon others to be able to deliver on that? And have we got the assurance that where those projects are in place, they're robust enough or will be robust enough for us to deliver that savings projection? And then in relation to the performance, I think it's great that we're showing that there is a real improvement there. I was conscious that we've got, I think it was 20 areas of commission services outside our given, and notes both England and Wales. It'd be interesting to note which are within Wales and which are within England as a number, and how many of those have we got the assurances that they're greater than the medium risk. So are those 10 within the English sector, for example, because that says we've not got as much control around that, and it would be good for the board to understand that, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So I'll ask Steve to respond to the questions around the performance element. I think Joy as well wants to come in with an observation, and then I'll go to Pete to respond to Chris's financial query. So first to you, Steve.
Yes, thank you. So if I deal with the transfer from low confidence first. So in our original submission, we did have a low confidence rating for the number of patients expecting to wait more than 52 weeks in the first outpatient appointment. Now that was with one eye on patients being repatriated from other health boards that have waited more than 52 weeks. But on reflection, we decided that we probably shouldn't measure that as low, because that would be an unrepresentative of performance overall for the majority of the patient's experience. So this would be in isolated incidences where we would import patients back into Powys that have waited more than 52 weeks. So we decided on balance to alter the assessment and put that at medium, but recognise then through reporting in year to the board and to Welsh Government whether those breaches had been as a result of bringing long waiting patients back to Powys. So that's why we altered that one. For the other one that we altered was from a low rating to a medium rating, and that was around delayed transfers of care. And I will probably bring Joy in to comment on that, and then finally I'll come back to Chris's question, if that's okay, Chair. Joy?
Lovely, thank you very much, colleagues. To answer Kirsty's question and part of Chris's question, you raised really important areas around, delayed transfers of care, and the whole flow of the system is key to not only achieving good results for patients, but also for helping us deal with the significant financial challenges that we experience along with every health board. So in terms of delayed transfers of care, just to give you a Powys picture, the average delays I've seen over the last 2 months since I've been in this role are sort of approximately around 20 people are delayed in Powys beds who could move on either into residential or back home with domiciliary care support. And the largest challenge around this is in terms of social work capacity to help people go home and for assessments to enter into domiciliary care support and into residential or nursing type placements. So with the local authority, we are actively holding discussions about how we can move to more trusted assessor type roles, which would assist the local authority with some of their vacancies around social workers, but also we're seeking to ask the question and to mobilise about how we focus on enabling our patients to be as fit as possible at the point of their discharge and to continue their rehabilitation, their reablement journey once they move home. And that would be a mixture of support of therapists and our community services, but also with the support of our sort of valued third sector partners as well, assisting people with things like shopping, social isolation, community connectors, etc., etc. So as part of this work around our focus on reablement rehabilitation, as a service, we are looking intensively about how we can improve rehab flow going into the autumn and into the winter, and we're starting that with looking at Glanirvon. We've got a key asset, a key service which we can maximise its use in terms of helping people with their residential type rehabilitation and how we can take that into the community, but also focusing our exploration about what we're doing around domiciliary care and our participation in the domiciliary care market in terms of specialist dom care, and that might come from a rehabilitation focus. So that's what we're looking at. But the whole system needs to work together, the local authority, social services, and ourselves and the third sector, to make sure that we maximise people's flow and repatriation back home as quickly as possible.
Back to you, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. So Chris, just on your comment around the difference in forecast performance for English and Welsh commissioners. So if I was to split that table out further, there would be very little difference between the English commissioners, English providers that we commission from and the Welsh providers in terms of cancer performance, diagnostic performance and ambulance handover, because all areas across England and Wales are suffering with a sort of lack of capacity in those particular areas, and certainly for cancer with an increase in referrals. So there wouldn't be a great deal of difference in performance, but with referral to treatment times there would be, and you'll see that elsewhere in our integrated performance report, in that the English providers are recovering referral to treatment times faster than our Welsh providers. So that would be the only difference, I believe, if we were to split that information out. Thank you.
Pete, and then I'm going to ask Hayley to sum up. So Pete, please.
Yeah, I guess just quickly, Chris, we've got a quite a sophisticated process of categorising our savings schemes. There are majority are under our own gift. There are some that, given how we act in the system, are interlinked. It's a constant process that we report via the Finance and Performance Exec Subcommittee, via Delivery and Performance Board Subcommittee, and then ultimately to Board. It's something that we triggered when we put ourselves into financial recovery partway through last year, and the categorisation and the ownership is shared between the service leads, the budget holders, the finance team. So it's very much a team sport in terms of the assessment of that and the monitoring and delivery of.
Thank you. If any independent member colleagues want to come back on any of the responses and any bits of the discussion that they've heard, then please do indicate. Otherwise, I'll ask Hayley to summarise, and then we'll go to the recommendations. Thank you, Hayley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think the key issue from my perspective is to reassure the board that in the discussions that we've had to date, I know we've all set the expectation that this year is the year of delivery. And so what you'll see with this and the next item around the annual delivery plan is that focus on the key ministerial priorities that have been set. I know the Minister has changed her approach as well to support the planning framework that has been put forward to NHS Wales. So it is about making sure that we focus our attention on those. So that's part of the reason why we've actually reviewed our confidence assessment, is recognising that we need to focus our efforts on getting those key targets delivered, not just for the population of Powys locally, but also to make sure that we meet our expectations with Welsh Government, particularly because we are in a position without a balanced financial plan currently. And the other aspect of that is the delivery and that relentless focus on the £7.5 million savings programme. And I think Pete's described it as de-risking and trying to make sure that that is in place as quickly and as efficiently as we can this year. And that will be important because the scale of the challenge that the NHS in Wales is facing currently is substantial, and therefore we need to take every effort to prioritise our attention on both the ministerial priorities and also in delivering the savings programme as we've currently set. So I hope that's helpful, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Just before we come to the recommendations, as I said, Jen has provided some comment on various agenda items. She does ask one question, which perhaps Helen, you might be able to pick up. Jen is asking for clarity as to how we as a board will monitor this going forward, and particularly which committee, or will certain aspects of information come directly to us as a board. So how will we continue to keep sighted on this and to monitor it?
Thank you, Carl. Very happy to respond, and Steve, I'm sure you'll add if I miss anything. So the Delivery and Performance Committee will play a key role in terms of our key committee for performance oversight. Of course, the usual and refreshed performance reports will come through to board on a bi-monthly basis as well. So both of those mechanisms, Carl, will continue to be really important in the overall board oversight. Steve, have I missed anything in that?
No, Helen, no.
Good. Thank you, Helen. So we come to the recommendations, which I will take en bloc. So we are asked to note the requirements that have come our way in terms of an additional submission. We're asked to approve the proposed supplementary submission that is for our consideration today, recognising, of course, that it continues to be a work in progress and is a working plan and needs further development and indeed improvement where improvement is possible. And so we recognise that that work will continue, and we also endorse the approach that is being taken to take that work forward. So as we do in these type of meetings, would you please indicate in the chat pane if you are not content to endorse those recommendations, to support those recommendations? Thank you. So they are approved unanimously. So we go on to item 2.3. We've talked about the INTP, the annual plan. So, and as Hayley mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, this is supported by an annual delivery plan. Now, in the interest of time, perhaps it would be helpful for me to explain that as a board, we have held a very recent board development session where we have looked at the detail of this annual delivery plan and spent some time on it. And so I just say that as kind of public assurance that we as a board have spent some important and significant time on considering this. Therefore, it may be that the presentation of this could be a little bit more succinct than we would normally do, and it may not give rise to as much discussion. Let's see. I don't want to thwart or to discourage discussion, but I just wanted to give that public assurance. So, Hayley, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just to reassure you, I'm not planning to present the plan, take it as read. I just wanted to highlight 3 key issues, really. We are in the 2nd month of this year, and we are already working on the priorities as set out within this plan. And I think it's really important to reassure the board that we're making progress. The second element is around making sure that the annual plan, as you can see in the cut and the way in which we've described it in this session, is described against our strategy and against all of our strategic objectives and our enabling objectives. We do have a management tool that sits underneath this that enables us to give a different cut of reporting, which will be picked up as part of the formal reporting improving performance framework, where you will receive regular updates to the board and the various committees on the progress against the annual delivery plan, and also the very clear expectation that we provide quarterly reports to Welsh Government on progress against our plan. I think it will be fair to say that we might be waiting a little longer for a decision about the status of the approval process within Welsh Government around the integrated medium-term plan. And therefore, this annual delivery plan sets out the priorities today. It continues to be refined as we proceed throughout the year. And I just wanted to assure the board that any changes we would make to this plan, we've got a really robust change control process that would be coming back and clearly demonstrated to the board any changes that we would need to make in light of any feedback from Welsh Government or other issues that we may face as an organisation to the plan. So that's all I wanted to say, and then open it up to questions, Chair.
Thank you, Hayley. Any other exec colleagues want to come in at this point? Hayley, do you want to bring anyone in or not?
I'm happy, Chair, for the questions to come up from, and for execs to respond if they're for their respective areas, if that's okay.
That's fine. So we go to Mark. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the question, if we can apply it to diagnostics, but it might apply more generally, is some concern on my part in terms of what those actions suggest they're actually going to deliver in the year. We've got, for example, in certain of our home services, fragility around aspects of endoscopy, etc. And it's just getting some assurance that what we say in there is actually going to deliver what we expect over that annual period. Thank you.
Shall I come in first, Chair, on that point? I think it's been a judgment about the level of detail we put forward in the overarching annual delivery plan, and there is more detailed milestones and delivery content regarding a number of the areas that are set out within this plan. So I wanted to reassure you, Mark, that we have got a diagnostics, ambulatory and planned care programme board that oversees this work at a more granular level, but we've tried to demonstrate in this annual delivery plan the key priorities that we're working on, but there will be more detailed sort of, I guess, progress reporting coming through that clearly shows you where we think we'll get to around a number of those service areas. I know, Steve, you've chaired the Diagnostics, Ambulatory and Planned Care programme. I wondered whether you wanted to just comment further on that point.
Yes, thank you. And as part of planning, we've made sure that we've linked the narrative of the delivery plan with the expected outcomes from a performance perspective, and then that we've also, from a planning perspective, triangulated our plan so that we've got the workforce, the activity and the finance aligned so that we've got a good chance of delivering these targets. In relation to endoscopy and the wider diagnostics, yeah, we've got relatively good level of confidence in these areas. So whilst there is some fragility in some of our own stuff, and we're doing a lot of work with other health boards and some of the English providers to see if we can increase our the number of sessions that are provided in Powys by those organisations through a variety of our network of service level agreements. We've also got the option to insource endoscopy, which we've been doing throughout 22-23, and part of our bid to Welsh Government was to continue to have that option of insourcing whilst we strengthen our own provision locally. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kate would like to come in with a comment around endoscopy. Please, Kate.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. Yeah, so just to say, in addition to that, for our own provider service, then we are also developing a transnasal endoscopy service, which I think will be the first in Wales to do that in a community hospital setting, and that will really both improve the patient experience, which is much nicer to have done, but also improve the productivity in terms of the numbers of endoscopies we can have done in a session. So that's been done in partnership with charity organisations and is looking really promising and progressing well. Also the cytosponge, which again helps in earlier diagnostics and screening. So there is a lot of active work underway, which I think is, in terms of our provider service, will really start to transform and consolidate what we're doing.
Thank you. Mark, you okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I can't see anyone else wishing to contribute to the conversation, and so if there aren't any additional comments or contributions, then we'll move to the recommendations, albeit that we're asked to note the delivery risks associated with the plan. We're asked to discuss the plan, which I think we've done, and to approve the annual delivery plan. So once again, if you don't support those recommendations, please indicate. In which case they are supported. Thank you. And so we turn our attention in item 2.4 to the anti-racism plan. This is a Welsh Government plan that has recently been approved and places various requirements and expectations on public bodies such as health boards. And so Deb, our Director of Workforce and OD, will introduce this, and we will move to that discussion about the actual implications and the plan for Powys Teaching Health Board. Thank you, Deb.
Thank you, Carl. I'll take the paper and plan as read and just give a brief overview of what it contains. As you can see, Adam has rejoined for the item as well, given the lead role that he plays. We're pleased to present the first anti-racism plan for the Health Board. And as you say, it's required within the Welsh Government Anti-Racism Action Plan, which was first published in June 22. Picking up the earlier staff story, I think it's critical that we are inclusive in the design and delivery of services, and that we listen and learn from all others and their lived experience. As set out in the papers, we're anticipating more guidance and tools from Welsh Government, which will see our plan being refined over future months. The Anti-Racism Action Plan will link to the Health Board Strategic Equality Plan for 25 to 29, which will be finalised by the end of the financial year. But we first need to undertake a process of consultation, and in that, the board and many other stakeholders will be engaged in the shaping and the development of the priorities ahead of any approval. The plan sets out actions and activities under the 5 priority areas as per Welsh Government expectations, and just for kind of summary, those priority areas are leadership, workforce, data, access to services and tackling health inequality. The plan sets out the action and the timescales and notes where we are reliant, or at least taking account of further guidance and tools that might be published on an all Wales basis. Just in summary then, it describes the implementation plan. This is a plan for everybody in the Health Board, and therefore we need to communicate this widely so that everybody both understands the responsibilities that they have, but also that the part that they can play. The further kind of development, implementation and monitoring of the plan will therefore be through a Workforce and Culture Committee in due course. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, croeso nôl. Dwi'm yn gwybod os gen ti unrhyw sylwadi ychwanegol. Please come in, Adam, if you have any additional comments to make.
Diolch, Carl. No, nothing to add to what Deborah said. Although I may be required to kind of answer some of the questions if as and when. But yeah.
Good, thank you. Just whilst people are indicating whether they want to contribute to this agenda item, again a comment from Jen Owen Adams, who can't be with us today. She's seeking assurance that as to whether or not there will be similar strategic frameworks or action plans as appropriate for other underrepresented groups across Powys, which would demonstrate and recognise a fully inclusive PTHB and a full breadth and spectrum of equality, diversity and inclusion. So I suppose Jen is just asking, are there any people that this plan doesn't capture, and how can she and we receive assurance that that no one will be left behind or left out?
If I can come in on that, Carl, I would say that this plan, in some respects, is coming in advance of a strategic equality plan, and I would wish that they were the other way around. We have the protected characteristics, which the strategic equality plan will certainly attend to, and we will take account of any other comments that we pick up through the consultation. So the all-encompassing plan will be later this year.
Thank you. Ronnie, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think those comments that Deborah has just made are actually very helpful and pertinent to the point that I would wish to make. Perhaps I could just reflect on the fact that as someone from another culture, when I came to this country, my problems didn't come at recruitment. They came subsequently in my employment situation. And it wasn't so much that they were direct, but they were issues that were described as banter, which were singularly and completely inappropriate. And I think it's important that we bear all of those type of situations in mind. The second point that I will make is that there are principles here that also apply to EU, EEA and Swiss citizens who are here quite properly as a consequence of the settled and pre-settled status that they have, and we need to be fully cognizant of that as well. And the question that I have is, I read the plan with interest. I can see that some parts of it are complete and some parts of it are incomplete. And I wasn't always certain how much of the incomplete parts were because of the failure of Welsh Government to provide additional guidance, or whether there were parts of this that we were actually slow in delivering. So I'd be really grateful for clarity on that, please. Thank you.
Is that Deb or Adam, or a bit of both?
I'll come back and Adam can come in if there's anything further to add. You make really valid points about kind of culture and what is acceptable or not acceptable, and I think that will be an important feature really in the rollout of the equality, diversity, inclusion, and as part of the strategic equality plan. In answer to your specific question, Ronnie, there will be elements that would be really helpful if they were developed on an all Wales basis. So, for instance, within the plan, there is reference to a cultural ambassador. We've got in our delivery date, September of this year, in order to put one in. If we get all Wales guidance, that would be really helpful. If we don't get all Wales guidance, then we'll meet our delivery date because we'll introduce something more locally.
Thank you. Anything to add, Adam?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just in terms of the first point, All Wales Anti-Racist Action Plan is quite explicit in that it does cover kind of sort of sort of white minority groups as well, including Gypsy, Roma, Traveller and Eastern European. So it shouldn't be taken as covering only sort of Black and Asian groups. You know, it does refer more broadly, and actually a lot of the actions in it will probably kind of have collateral impact on terms of the and this goes back maybe to the first question as well, sort of collateral impact in sort of you know, addressing issues around you know, discrimination of other groups. You know, for example, when we deliver training on discrimination, that's often relevant to all kinds of discrimination, whether they are on the basis of sort of colour or race or you know, sexual orientation or whatever. So you know, there's often kind of a lot of overlap in these kinds of schemes.
Thank you. So we've got some other people wanting to come in. So let's take contributions from Chris, Simon and Kirsty. Then we'll invite Deb and Adam to respond before we move to the recommendations. So Chris first.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is an important plan and well done for getting it together. I think it's really important about the inclusivity and inclusion of people so that they feel valued within the organisation. And the story we had this morning was a real positive example of where someone took a negative situation and has turned it around to our advantage and give us that insight that they had, and I think it's about making people fully aware. I just wondered whether this plan is going to be covered as a part of the induction programme when staffs join us, because this will put a real marker in the sand of that we don't tolerate this type of behaviour in any shape or form, because it's about the inclusion of people, and that's how we want to be delivering our care as well. So and that on there, but well done. And I think these lessons learned from patients and staff is really important to help us on that journey.
Thank you, Simon.
So my query is around the Priority Action 1 leadership and access to the board, where we note in the plan staff stories will be presented. I just wonder whether that goes far enough in terms of access to us as a strategic board, and whether we need to think about other elements there. Related, and it's more a question that I suspect is covered elsewhere, probably in the strategic equality plan, but I don't recall seeing where we look at kind of EDI characteristics around health outcomes, and whether there's a variance between population groups in terms of health outcomes, and what that means for us as a board in terms of addressing those. I'm assuming they're dealt with in other spheres, but I just wanted to check that point if I could. Thank you.
We'll go finally to Kirsty, and then we'll invite a contribution from the executives. Thank you. Kirsty.
Thank you. If I could just pick up where Simon left off around access to the board. I note that the staff, the Black, Asian and Minority Ethnic Staff YAMA group has been created in January, and I'm just wondering whether you could give us an insight into what's happened since January with that network. The paper also talks about participating in the Aspiring Board membership programme. We're not, we're not a very diverse board, and I'm just wondering how our participation in that programme will work, and whether we have had any interest in supporting anybody from Powys or anywhere else that might want to avail themselves of an opportunity to potentially join our board. And then finally, on the tackling health inequalities, I'm just wondering whether, notwithstanding what we said earlier about patient experience, but whether there is any specific opportunity where we could look to engage with Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities about their experience to date of accessing Powys services, either directly provided or their experience in accessing services that we've commissioned, and whether that's a discrete piece of work that we could undertake and hear.
Thank you. Deb?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all those questions. I'll start and I'll ask Adam to fill in any bits I miss. In terms of Chris's questions, thank you. Yes, this will be a part of induction. We are actually developing a tool which will be a pre-enrollment. So somebody, before they start with the health board, will actually have a set and a suite of documents, and this will be included within that. I think it will be important that we lay out our identity and our priorities so that our culture is set for anybody coming to join the workforce. In terms of access to the board and what is contained within the plan, as I said, the plan is written for the minute in response to the specific areas that were contained within the priority plan as issued by Welsh Government. That doesn't mean to say that we can't do things that are more pertinent and important for us locally, and that will be the next iteration of that plan. I'll pause there. I'm not sure I've got the latest information on YAMA, so I'm going to hand over to Adam. Perhaps you can help me out. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Do you want me to go straight to that, or add my thoughts on the previous points as well? Is that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay? So just in terms of the access to the board, the story is obviously not the one and only kind of thing that we were going to do on that front. Unfortunately, the original plan was actually for that individual to be present to themselves at the. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make the timing of the date, which is unfortunate. But you know, the original plan was to, rather than have myself delivering that story, that it would have been delivered by the member of staff themselves. You know, there will be other opportunities for the board to kind of engage with these kind of questions. You know, we can look to the board development programme. You will notice that there are actions in the plan that do sort of commit the board to following a programme of anti-racist education. Now, Deb has already alluded to the fact that in some cases the kind of the All Wales guidance on exactly what these involve isn't necessarily you know, hasn't necessarily come out yet. So you can look at that in two ways. The positive way of looking at it is that, you know, we've got the opportunity there to use that as a way of identifying, well, what is it that we feel here in Powys we would like our board, you know, how would we like our board to engage with this, you know, and you know, certainly our team can put some things in place if there is appetite for that, in terms of, you know, providing opportunities to sort of understand some of the experiences of people of colour, both within Powys and elsewhere. That's that one. Regarding the Yama group, so that's been created as kind of to provide that forum for our staff who are in those groups to kind of network and to meet one another. It's got about sort of 7 or 8 members at the moment, which are sort of out of the context of a health board where we've got, I think, 67 individuals. That's actually quite good. It means 1 in 10 kind of is engaging with the Yama group. So it's, you know, it's you know, to put that in perspective, in a larger health board where that population rather than 67 might be 1,000, you know, that would be the equivalent of 100 people. So it's, you know, the level of engagement is kind of where you'd expect it to be, given the size of the organisation and the size of the population that we're approaching. You know, it's through that group that I met this individual that we were able to give that story. So, you know, it is functioning in the way that it's kind of intended in terms of providing you know, staff of Black and Asian minority ethnic backgrounds, providing them with the opportunity to kind of connect with people like myself who are kind of involved in the equality sphere more generally within the board.
Thank you. We'll need to go to the recommendation very soon, but I'm going to allow a brief comment from Mererid, and then Helen, I just wondered whether you might want to comment briefly on Kirsty's point around board diversity and what's intended there. Mererid, please.
Diolch, thank you. I just wanted to come in on Simon's point where you asked about inequalities and outcomes for a specific group and whether some of that data is monitored. We work very closely with Public Health Wales, who monitor data sets for specific groups, and that is often obviously made available to us. And during the pandemic, an example of that would be where impact of vaccination, and that data was analysed to specific subsets, and then that was provided back to health boards to enable us to inform our inequality plans and targeted approach. And yeah, so that informs our inequalities, but also separate to that, there is also the Socioeconomic Duty Act and how that is applied in our sort of commissioning, policy, decision making and operational services, and the aim of that is to improve inequality of outcome for people who suffer socioeconomic disadvantage. So there are a broad range of things that as an exec on a board that we need to be mindful of and apply. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Helen.
Thanks, Carl, and Kirsty, thanks for the question, and you're absolutely right. You know, we need to very clearly understand what the diversity of our board is. We're doing a bit of work on that. Excuse me. We are quite visually white, aren't we? And I think we're aware of that, although I think diversity is broader than that, of course. So in our future recruitment, we're very mindful of that, as is the Public Bodies Unit and the Minister responsible for public appointments. So we will continue to look at how we diversify our recruitment methods and how we present some of our materials for future board recruitment as well. That said, I think there is something about developing a future pipeline and supporting board members. So we've been very clearly open with Welsh Government that we are ready and willing to take any colleagues that wish to join us from the Aspiring Board Members programme. We'll very actively contribute and support that. We haven't had any response to that as yet in terms of anybody being placed, but we'll continue to send that message and support that where we can. Thanks, Carl.
Thank you. So the recommendation is that we approve the anti-racism plan for our health board. Once again, does anyone want to indicate that they are not content to support the recommendation? So that is supported unanimously. Thank you. So we have two other items before we have a well-deserved lunch break, we turn our attention firstly to the Director of Corporate Governance, and Helen, you're going to take us through the next item.
Lovely, thank you.
In terms of standing orders and so on, yeah.
Thank you, Carl. A few governance items just to consider here. 4 main points for the board's consideration and approval. I'll just briefly comment on each of them. So the first one is a pretty straightforward change to our model standing orders. You will recall from earlier today and also previous meetings that there is a change to the timetable in place this year for the annual accounts and annual performance report. So to save any of the NHS Wales organisations having to declare a non-compliance this time next year, there is a temporary change that our AGM will take place before the end of September as opposed to July. That's the first point. The second one, and again we've referenced earlier in the meeting, the change to our executive structure, principally the secondment of our substantive chief executive and therefore some portfolio changes. So the second part of the paper outlines the revised scheme of delegation, specifically in relation to exec directors, other directors and officers, not the entire scheme. I've included that as an appendice for you, clearly highlighted with some of the key points in the table within the paper on page 3, hopefully just as a clear indication of what we've changed. That relates to both the 1st of April executive changes, but also the ones as a result of Carol's secondment as well. The third area in the paper is to approve the committee work programmes for 23-24. This is a requirement of the board, retained in its own scheme of delegation. Pleased to present to you today the work programmes for 5 of the main 5 of our board committees. You'll note that there are some further ones to come through for charitable funds, executive committee, remuneration committee and the board itself. So all of that will roll up into a board work programme. They will come through in July to the July board, along with the review of all of the terms of reference. So we've been working quite systematically through that, and my thanks to the executive leads, the whole exec team, committee chairs and committees themselves for helping so significantly in the development of those programmes. And then lastly, Mark referenced it in his audits and risk assurance report update earlier on. We are increasing the, he referenced it in the Delivery and Performance Committee update. We are increasing the frequency of the D&P committee from quarterly, so that's 4 a year, to 6 a year bi-monthly, just to increase the level of assurance to the board given the period of time we find ourselves in. So happy to endorse all of those to the board for approval, Carl, if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems to me that a lot of this is kind of updating and tidying up in the light of the various executive changes and various other things that have occurred. Is there anyone that wants to comment or ask any question in relation to this agenda item? If not, then we will move to the recommendations that we approve the change to the model standing orders, we approve the revised scheme of delegation, we approve the various work programmes for the 5 committees that for which we have them, and we note that the work programmes for those outstanding committees will be brought to our next board meeting. We also note that the terms of reference for the board committees will be reviewed, and we will consider those at our next meeting, and that the frequency of the D&P committee has been changed to bi-monthly. Does anyone not support those recommendations? In which case we move to our item 2.6, again over to Helen as regards the WISC standing orders.
Thank you, Carl. So again, happy to present these to you. So just by sense of quick recap, WISC, Welsh Health Specialised Services Committee, is a joint committee of the 7 health boards in Wales, for which Powys is one of those 7 members. Because it's a joint committee and not an organisation in itself, we, as one of the 7 health boards, are required to consider any changes to the model standing orders, standing financial instructions and the memorandum of agreement. What you've got in front of you here, appreciate it's quite a lot of documentation, but in the interest of full transparency, you've got a copy of the full documents as well as the summary report. This is a fairly standard report being presented to all 7 health boards across the course of this week. It's been considered in some detail by the joint committee itself for WISC, of which Carol, as our substantive chief executive, was a part of that, and it's also been considered in aspects by the directors of finance and directors of corporate governance peer groups as well. So, Carl, the request today is to consider and approve the changes that are being recommended to the standing orders, the memorandum of agreement and the financial scheme of delegation. Some of those are what I would call quite administrative. Some of those are as a result of learning from the pandemic that are now being recommended to be put in place more substantively. So I'm happy to take any questions, but in a nutshell, that's the requirements of the board, please.
Thank you. Hayley, I don't know if there's anything from your perspective. Helen's, said that executive directors have been involved in the review of these things. So, anything from you or your colleagues?
Nothing to add to a comprehensive set of papers that have been pulled together. It's important that we consider them today. There is a broader piece of work which WISC is undertaking. There's an independent review being undertaken at the moment about strengthening the arrangements further, but it'll be important to make sure that we get these in place so that all the health boards are operating in the same way with regard to their relationship within the joint committee. Thanks, Carl.
Thank you. Does anyone want to contribute to the discussion as regards the changes to the WISC standing orders? No, then we do once again move to the recommendations. So let me just go through those. We note the report, we approve the changes to the standing orders, and we include those as Schedule 4.1 within our own standing orders. We also approve the proposed changes of the Memorandum of Agreement and the hosting arrangements in place with CTM. And again, we include those as Schedule 4.1 within our own standing orders. And finally, we approve the proposed changes to the financial scheme of delegation and financial authorization matrix, which will update, of course, the standing financial instructions. Does anyone not support those recommendations? In which case we support those recommendations unanimously, and we turn to item 2.7, the minutes of our previous meeting. Are there any suggestions or recommendations for correction or amendment? Firstly, are there any accuracy matters that anyone would like to raise? So we accept those as a correct record. The action log, there is only one red status action, which is in relation to the digital strategic framework, which was due to be brought to our meeting today. However, in discussion with Ian, our independent member for IT, and indeed in wider discussion with board members, it was decided that it was a little premature to bring it to the board today. Further discussions are being had. Further considerations are being made in relation to the draft framework. It is in place, but it just needs a little bit more work before it's brought to board for approval. And so I think, Helen, that we're now suggesting that that be brought to our July board once that bit of additional consideration and review has happened. But apart from that, I don't think there's anything else to pick up from the action log. Are there any other matters arising from the minutes of the last meeting that anyone would like to raise that that haven't been dealt with in other ways? No, so that's fine. Thank you very much. We're due a lunch break, and so I suggest that we take the 3/4 of an hour that we were meant to have. We're just a few minutes late, and so we reconvene at 1:45, please. But thank you all very much for the work so far, and I look forward to seeing you at 1:45. Diolch yn fawr. Wel, croeso nôl I bawb, ac fe newn ni barhau I ystyried y busnes o'n flaen ni heddiw wrth droi ein sylw at section 3 ar yr agenda, sef eitemau ar gyfer sicrwydd i'r bwrdd. We turn to section 3 of our agenda, items for board assurance, and firstly to item 3.1, the finance and performance reports. And I think we're going initially to Steve for the integrated performance report. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. So, colleagues, in front of you in the board pack, there's two sets of information. There's a cover paper that summarises the performance of the 2022-23 financial year 2-month 12. So an important milestone in terms of year-end performance, and it's supplemented by a very detailed pack of all the performance across a range of indicators we report upon. I'll take the paper as read, and it is very detailed. As we have discussed this morning, some of the performance issues we've now got performance recovery trajectories for the new financial year, and we're aiming for a high level of compliance, particularly on provider services, where performance is currently under target or under standard. We're aiming to deliver that throughout 23-24. And for commission services, again, you'll see in the pack that performance is way below target in some areas, particularly around most of the access targets, and we await those updated performance trajectories from our commission providers as part of 23-24 planning. So this is a reflective report in terms of the position to year end, and it'll be the last time that you see the report in this level of detail, because in the new financial year, our integrated performance framework has allowed us to move to more of an exception reporting basis to the board. All the detail will still exist in the background and be reported to other layers within the organisation, but you will see a new style of reporting coming forward through in the new financial year. So I'll pause for questions there, Chair, and I may well need to bring in other executives as necessary, given the breadth of our performance reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. As you say, we've touched on some of these issues already in our conversations and discussions today, so we don't want to duplicate discussion, but absolutely, are there any colleagues that want to come in and to participate in this bit of the agenda in relation to the performance report? Yes, please, Ronnie.
Thank you, Chair. Just one or two observations, please, if I may. I note that our sickness absence is currently running at just under 6%, I think 5.8. I'd be really grateful to know if that's on a downward trajectory or an upward trajectory, and are we satisfied that the staff who are ill are actually getting a good level of support in terms of return to work where that is necessary. Then on agency spend, because these two are actually related, I do acknowledge that we've got the percentage down to below 10% to something like 9.1, but open to correction. From my perspective, I do have recent experience of another organisation where agency spend went down and then very sadly went up again. So I'd just be grateful for reassurance that we have a downward metric on that from here on in. And the third point, I continue, Deborah, and you will not be surprised to hear that I say this, about our drift rate and PADR and what that does in terms of the basic line of assurance within the organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Steve, should we go to Deb or should we come to you first?
Well, I can briefly answer the sort of the run rate on both of those indicators, because I've got them in front of me. So sickness absence, that is on the downward trend. So the last four points on the performance chart are each showing monthly incremental reduction, certainly for sickness absence. And with agency spend, the last, so it's been on a downward trend since January.
Thank you. And Deb, please.
Thank you. So just to back up what Steve has said on sickness, there is a downward trajectory. We had, I might not get this figure exactly right, but I'll get the quantums right. About 360 people who had over 28 days sickness. Last year, I think it was about 320 of those returned to work, the rest being case managed. We've reported previously about the improvement in our OC health capacity, which means staff can be referred and seen more quickly, a reduction from an 8 to 9 week waiting list to 2 to 3 weeks. And we have all of the usual support arrangements in place for with VIVEP, etc. In terms of agency, we have just agreed between us some priority areas with our agency reduction plan. A lot of those are in Joy's area. It's about kind of falls prevention and making sure that we use technology and we use workforce in the right place. Some of that will actually include workforce redesign, which is part of the ASM model. In terms of PADR, you're absolutely right, Ronnie. We haven't improved our end of year position with any kind of significant difference, so much so it's an escalated action, and we are deep diving the PADR performance in 2 particular areas and be reporting that back through a workforce steering group and then workforce and culture committee.
Thank you, Deb. Ronnie, please indicate if you'd like to come back on any of those points, but in the meantime, I'll go to Mark.
Sorry, Chair, my camera button was sticking slightly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. The question I'd like to ask relates to one of the tables on page 26 of the report, which is in relation to dental with Powys as a provider. Looking at that, I know we have to report this figure, but is there a merit in looking at some sort of benchmark per 1,000 population? Because I think the benchmark as us being 7th every time isn't particularly useful to us in terms of looking at the improvement of what we're doing. And then the second part is, well, what does good and success look like in that particular area? Because I think we see the patient targets and then the new patients seen under actions, but I'm not certain whether that's good, bad, or indifferent. So some explanation on that would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is best placed to respond to Mark?
I can talk a little bit, Mark and Chair, around sort of performance indicators. So I actually agree with you, Mark. So primary care in general is an area that we want to improve our performance reporting generally against. So a wider range of indicators, ideally more up-to-date indicators, and with an increased use of benchmarking, but relevant benchmarks for the services that we provide and the types of services we provide. It's an area where data does exist, but we need to make better use of it and report in a more complete way. So that's just on the sort of the data side of it, and I'm not sure whether either Joy or Pete would want to comment upon the actual service provision for dentistry.
Pete, please.
I think really just as new area in my portfolio, what I'd say, Mark, is that if I take that as something to go away and look at what could be done to help improve around metrics and give that level, as Steve referenced, benchmarking or something that give us some real sort of meaning for the Powys experience. So I'm happy to pick that up as an action and a way of improving that going forward, if that's helpful.
Helpful,
yeah,
Mark?
thank you, Pete. I think Hayley wanted to come in as well.
Yeah, and I think there was mention of perhaps Joy coming in. So Hayley, did you want to add to that?
Just building on that, Mark, and Pete's response, really, I think that some of the data reports that have come through around dental access and the contract performance, there is that lag currently, which isn't brilliant from the point of view of linking into the integrated performance report. So we will have another look at that. But I think your point is well received around benchmarking. And I think that, in terms of your question about what good looks like, I think when we look at the performance of our dental access against the key priorities, and in previous reports that DMP have had, we've covered some of that. I think that that's been really interesting. We can reflect on how we can draw that a bit more out into this integrated performance report. I think that generally, in terms of the new dental contract currently and where we're at with that, I think that this will be an area of focus, and you'll see it in our annual delivery plan around maintaining and delivering that improvement in dental access. So happy to pick it up as a more specific report for assurance to come through to the committees. But I think there is a question about the timeliness of some of this data from our independent contractors in our dental contracts, which we might be able to reflect on, as Pete suggested, with Jane and the team.
Thank you, Hayley. Very helpful. So we'll go to Simon, and then we'll come to Pete then for the financial reports.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions around adult mental health to page 63 of the 12-month report. Good to see that we have some improvement there, but just to note that it's still some way off the target of 80%, and the mitigation is around reviewing some of the data. I just wanted to ask for what do we think that review will do an impact on the performance. So that was the one on page 63. On page 65, just wanted to note concern around our performance being reliant in part upon the county council's responsibility in community mental health teams, and there still seems to be some difficulty there with social worker capacity challenges, and I don't know if there's anything more by way of escalation on that issue that we need to consider. Thank you.
Steve, is it back to you?
I'll defer to Joy. Thank you, Chair.
Joy.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Chair. So the Tier 1 targets on page 6, the 1B target is interventions to commence within 28 days of the assessment. And that's been really challenging for us. So when this target started in about 2012, basically all health boards offered was counselling. And over the last decade, really, patients' needs have changed. So what we're seeing is many more people presenting with complex trauma, emotional regulation distress, stress. And what's happened in common with the other health boards over the years, we've all introduced new types of therapy. So EMDR for complex trauma, CBT, DBT, different types of psychological therapies. And what's transpired over the last 9 months, the DU have been doing a review of what's counted, or what the 7 health boards count under this. And it's turned out to be essentially like it to a basket of fruit. We were counting the entire basket, where some other health boards are just counting the apples. So what's happening is that we're separating what's referred to as high intensity therapies. That's more complicated therapies, and over 6 sessions, we're separating them from the low intensity and become in common with the rest of the health boards. So most of the health boards are only counting that low intensity type actions. The rest of the therapies go under the 26-week target with psychology and psychological therapies. So we're in the process of moving in line with that. It's going to take us about 7 or 8 months because we can only move patients as they move to complete their therapy, and then we can change the target. So is a creep. But what there's good news. Certainly March's figures are better, and April's figures are coming closer to sort of 68% now. So I'm expecting that by Christmas time we should be achieving that target. I say that with an enormous caveat, and that is around demand. And that's with us predicting demand to increase again by about 5% this year. Over the last 2 years, demand has increased by 20%. So we're working on 5% on the basis that we can't keep increasing by 20%, because that would be almost the entire population we've treated over 10 years. You know, that can't be right. So that's where we're on that one. And then the other target around care and treatment planning. So it's that our patients have a valid care and treatment plan. Good practice says that it's co-produced with the patient, and risk management is embedded within that. This is a shared duty with social services. And one of our significant challenges is that social services have had extreme difficulty in appointing social workers. They've used some agency, but the agency usage doesn't fulfil the entire count of posts that should be there. Allocation of patients to a care coordinator is done at an MDT with social services. And what's happening is that social services are unable to allocate what would be considered their normal share because they haven't got enough staff, enough hours within the structures. Therefore, we're having to increase with a heavy heart, you know, and we don't do this lightly, increase caseloads, which means then that our care managers, our mental health practitioners are having to take on more patients, which impacts upon the performance of this duty. So what am I doing about it is probably the next question. And, you know, we're in significant dialogue, both Hayley and myself, with social services. We need them to be able to recruit. We need them to be successful. And, you know, we've offered every type of support we possibly can, but we will be coming to probably a period of other escalation if over the next quarter they can't improve this situation, because it's putting our staff under pressure, and at the end of the day there's a group of clients who are possibly at risk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, so let's move to Pete and to the month 12 and month 1 reports. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Carl, and I can do this relatively quickly because we've referenced part of this already in our discussions throughout the board meeting. So subject to the audit, which is currently taking place, our year-end position for 22-23 was an overspend of £7 million. That was against our forecast deficit position of 7.5 million, so a slightly improved position on our forecast deficit, and against our capital resource limit of £12.69 million. We're reporting an underspend of 68,000, a surplus subject to the audit that is taking place. And as a reminder for the board, as you've heard me say many times, that the key areas of pressure in our position include services provided by other bodies, our increasing costs and growth around continuing healthcare, delivery of savings on a non-recurrent basis, and pressure in relation to variable pay, again, as we've touched on. And then in relation to month 1 for 2020, for 23-24, our position is broadly in line with our deficit plan, the 33.5 million that we discussed earlier. So as at month 1, we're reporting an overspend of 2.738 million. Month 1 is a bit of a strange month in the financial year because we're still waiting on information from our services that we commission from other bodies and in relation to primary care. So it's not quite a complete picture at month 1, and we do not report the capital position until month 2. So a quick overview, happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Pete. Are there any questions, any contributions? No, just from me, Peter, if I may, the month 1 report, you know, it talks about a 2.738 million overspend, which is the 12th of the planned deficit. I imagine that it's not quite as neat as that. And so, you know, I imagine that we're not expecting a 1/12 of the deficit to be sliced off in neat slices across the year.
No, absolutely. So for our provider services, we've got an actual position. For the commission services from other NHS bodies that act as our provider, we've got an estimated forecast position, because we haven't had that activity data yet as it for the month one reporting. And in relation to primary care, it's a forecast position based on our plan, which is the forecast, because again, we don't get that data on a timely basis for month one. So it's a mix in there, Carl, but as we move through the year, we will be reporting variance against our deficit plan. We'll expect that to move, and hopefully there'll be some improvement, as we again touched on earlier in our discussions around the plan submission.
Okay. Thank you. Well, if there are no other contributions, we are asked to note and to discuss these reports as a source of assurance. Again, please indicate if you think that we haven't done that, and if not, then we support that recommendation. So we move our attention to the corporate risk register and to Helen. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Very happy to present this report to the boards today. It's a report that you will now be very familiar with seeing. These risks have been in place supporting our plans since July of last year, 2022. So I present them to you today. There are 11 corporate risks, as there have been. Just to note that risk 9 in relation to cybersecurity will be reported to the in-committee board later on today due to its confidential nature. But the other 10 risks are all here and in the public domain for full visibility. A couple of things I wanted to just point out. Given the changes to the executive team arrangements that we've heard earlier on in the board, we have made some reallocation of the risks to senior risk owners. That's outlined in the report in a table for you to be aware of. I particularly just want to spend just a minute or two, Carl, talking about the refresh or the changes to the register. As we've heard earlier on today, we've got an evolving IMTP and a new now working delivery plan for the year. That in itself will now require us rightly to review the risks that we've got in place. So this will be the last time the board sees these risks written in exactly this format. Some of them may well continue, some of them may well be de-escalated, some of them may be refreshed completely with new ones coming on board. We spent a bit of time in the executive team starting to consider that, and we've had some discussion with a number of our committees over the last 4 to 6 weeks or so as well. So also in the paper, members will see that there are, I think, where is it now? Top of page 5, you'll see that there is a bit of a plan moving forwards around how we will re-look at the risks, how we'll work those through as an executive team and a board, and then come through to board on the 26th of July. So I just wanted to make that point. However, for the purposes of the report today, it is important that the board considers the risks that are presented here. There are no significant changes to risk scoring. You'll see that there are some updates in red throughout the risk register where actions and controls have been updated and relevant timescales. So very happy to take any questions on those, but for the purposes of significant reporting, there are no particular changes to risk scorings as we stand. Thanks, Carl.
Thank you. Just whilst colleagues are considering their contributions, again, going back to Jen Owen Adams' questions. So she's asking of this agenda item, she's asking for clarification as to how or if the subcommittees will be involved in shaping or reviewing the recommendations associated with the review of the corporate risk register before they actually come to board. So it's a process question, I suppose, Helen.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. So because of the cycle of committees, and most of them operate quarterly, we've gone through a process in the last 4 to 6 weeks of discussing the risks that we currently have and getting some initial feedback from committees. A number of committees don't meet now again until potentially August and September. So what we'll be doing is bringing and engaging the full board in the redevelopment of the risks, which obviously includes all the committee members indirectly. The role of committees thereafter, after July, will continue to be about closely monitoring the risk levels and the risk content for the ones that are relevant to their particular committee. So in short, there won't be a full round again of the refreshed risk going to committee before board. That would prolong the process. I also think it's really important that the full board is engaged in all of the risk conversation. So that's the intention, Carl.
Okay, thank you, Helen. Does anyone else want to contribute? Anyone else want to come in at this stage? Yes, Mark, please.
Thank you, Chair. It was around CRR 006 and the workforce. Excuse me. We've got a fairly consistent score in there at 16, but the descriptor in terms of rationale seems to indicate to me a worsening picture. And I was wondering if that was perhaps out of sync with the risk scoring that we've actually put forward on it.
Deb, are you happy to come in on that?
Yeah, thank you. We agreed at the recent Workforce and Culture Committee that we would go back and look at some of our risks in terms of making sure that we've got something by way of where we're trying to get to in terms of a target. I'll have a look again at the wording, Mark, because in some respects it's a bit of a game of two halves. Some things have improved in terms of resources, like overseas nurses, but yet we've still got an ageing workforce and therefore we've got a retention issue. So if you allow me to go back and look at that, and I'll send you a separate note, or send the board a separate note.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ronnie, would you like to comment?
Thank you. If I may just come back on that point, Deborah, I seem to be referring to press reports a lot today, so bear with me, please. There is widespread press coverage today from the NMC that vacancy rates of nurses and midwives are increasing exponentially, and that's almost the suggestion anyway. And of course, in England, nurses are supported by other grades that aren't necessarily applicable in Wales. But I just wondered, what does the pattern look like in respect of Powys? So we may have the ageing issue, we may have other issues, but I just wonder what the vacancy rate was currently looking like. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can come back on that. So we've done a 10-year projection, Ronnie, in terms of what we know we've got by way of some assumptions we've made about turnover based on age and potential retirement dates, what we've got coming in from student streamlining, and I'll grow our own staff. And actually, well, for an analogy, it's like running the bath with the tap out at the moment. Hence, we've taken some kind of assertive action around looking at the ASM. That was kind of one of the contributing factors to the accelerated sustainable model, but also increasing quite quickly the number of overseas nurses that we've brought in. So we've just had another 4 arrive in Welsh Pool, and we're looking at our scale-up plans. But it needs to be a package of measures. So it'll be about workforce or design. It will be about the team around the patient. It will be, you know, what we do in terms of overseas nurses growing our own. So we're looking at that in totality. But you are right. It is a scary picture when we look at the number of vacancies we have, and therefore we need to rely on other professions. And there's the Welsh Government developing Band 4 healthcare support worker role in nursing. We need to build all of that together in order to improve our position for the needs of our patients.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can't see anyone else that wants to come in. So the recommendation is that we receive the report on the corporate risk register, which is included in Appendix 1. We review and consider the proposed amendments set out within the paper, and we note that the risk CRR 009 in relation to cybersecurity will be discussed in our private meeting, which follows this in public meeting. We also note the allocation of senior risk owners and the approach to the refresh of the corporate risk register. So once again, if you are not content to support those recommendations, please indicate. Thank you, that is supported. And we turn now to Hayley for the assurance reports, firstly around the board partnership arrangements, and then we go on to consider joint committees. Hayley, do you have any additional comments to the paper that has been, or the papers that have been circulated?
Thank you, Chair. Not particularly. I think just to highlight that there have been several meetings that have taken place in the last couple of weeks of a number of those meetings. So in particular, for the first report that talks about partnership activity, the Regional Partnership Board has met last week. There's reference to approval of the resource and delivery plan associated with the Regional Partnership Board. I'm just pleased to be able to report that that was agreed at the meeting last week. So I appreciate this is verbal and you'll get a written report at the next meeting because the meeting only took place earlier this week. So there's that issue to highlight. Some of the other meetings haven't taken place. And then for WISC and for ESC again, you'll note that the meetings are up until March, but again, there was a meeting last week where WISC met and ESC met, which I was able to be present for part of both meetings, supported by Steve Powell. So yeah, nothing further to add unless people have got any particular queries or questions they'd like to raise.
I'm just pausing just to give people an opportunity to come in. Just whilst people are thinking, Hayley, oh yes, Kirsty, I can see you want to come in. Please do.
Yeah, just to add what Hayley said about the RPB, which met on Friday of last week, which doesn't kind of coincide with our reporting cycle. But I know that board members have wanted, greater information and greater levels of assurance around decision making at the RPB. We were very pleased to be able to sign off the resource and the delivery plan, but I think it's important to say, Hayley, that that was for a certain amount of activity, and it is the intention of the RPB executive to come back with further proposals for allocations of resources, because at this stage the executive were not satisfied with the robustness of those plans. And therefore we're not in a position to make recommendations. Part of that process is to really understand whether the individual partnerships that sit below the RPB had full sight of and were fully committed to delivering projects in partnership, but also had agreed monitoring and exit strategies, which I think perhaps has not been so prevalent in the planning of some of the RPB activity to date. So I think that slowly but surely we are moving to a position where there is that greater scrutiny of plans, more robust monitoring of implementation, and also beginning to get into a space of thinking about what's the exit strategy for these projects, either they be decommissioned or they are integrated into business as usual arrangements. Capital was also not discussed, and it's the intention of the executive to come forward with capital proposals for the meeting that will take place at the end of June. But I do think that there is a renewed energy and emphasis on the partnerships that sit below the RPB, in no small part to lots of activity on behalf of Powys Teaching Health Board staff, not exclusively, but for instance, Lucy Cornish on the Live Well partnership, and David Farnsworth trying to reactivate the Age Well partnership, and to strengthen those arrangements that slip below the RPB. So I'm just trying to get a bit of the extra flavour and some of the things that we've not been able to do for very good reason, and we'll report back at a later date.
Thank you, Kirsty. That's really helpful. I mean, I think it's probably just worth saying, you know, and I've had these conversations with Kirsty and Helen and Hayley and others, is that I would certainly welcome greater clarity in relation to the governance arrangements between, well, certainly ourselves and the RPB, but it's also, of course, the council. I'd also find it helpful. I mean, Welsh Government says, for example, in terms of the revenue funding, and indeed that they have given indicative funding for 5 years, but yet we still seem to be in this very annual cycle of planning in relation to the RPB activity, and also, you know, increasingly RPBs are being used by Welsh Government as the vehicle through which to take forward. So we're, you know, the trusted assessor was mentioned earlier. Well, that seems to be located within the RPB. We're expecting proposals in relation to further faster, and that, I understand, will be routed through the RPB. And so, however, the RPB as a partnership cannot be held accountable. And so accountability sits quite firmly with us as a health board and with the council. So I do think there's a little bit of, or perhaps even more than a little bit of clarity to be brought to that. And certainly I would welcome that as perhaps an action from our discussion today. I'm not suggesting that we get into that detail or conversation today, but I think there is a piece of work to be done. So thank you. Mererid would like to come in relation to the PSB. Oh, sorry, just before we come to you, Mererid, I've just noticed that Hayley also has an observation about the governance point. Thank you, Hayley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think it's a point very well made. And I think that as an action from today's discussion, we were already in some discussions around how do we strengthen some of those governance queries that you have around the linkages, but also just recognising also that there are changes afoot to the Part 9 regulations as well. So there's a lot of activity this way. So perhaps as an action, Helen and I can have a conversation about how we bring together a more of a consolidated update around the position around particularly the Regional Partnership Board through either committee first and then to board. But it is a very important point, because I think the point that you raise around the vehicle of the Regional Partnership Board, we are unique in Powys in that we've got a one-to-one relationship between the local authority and the council in our Regional Partnership Board. And I know that as a region, we fought very hard to be seen as a region in Powys in the context of the Regional Partnership Boards. But comes with that, I think, further discussion that we need to have around being really clear around how it sits, and the statutory duty to cooperate is clearly with the health board and the local authority. So I would welcome that further discussion that you've raised to make sure that we're all understanding the current and the proposed new arrangements that are coming through in terms of the update to the Part 9 of the Act. So thank you.
Thank you, Hayley. So we're going to come finally on this item to Mererid, who wants to make a point in relation to the PSB, the Public Services Board. Jeff Mererid.
Oh, diolch. Yeah, so I just wanted to give members an update on the PSB plan, which is due to be sort of refreshed and updated every 5 years, and that work has been going on, led by the local authority, but active participation from us as a statutory partner and other partners there. So we did develop the wellbeing assessment to inform that plan. The plan, in terms of finalisation of the plan, we were hoping that would have been ready to come to a board today, but local authority had agreed with Welsh Government and the Future Generation Commissioner, due to slippage in timescales, that would be considered at the PSB meeting on the 6th of June. Just want to give assurances that we have been inputting into that plan and aligning priorities, and the healthy weights is one of those priorities that we have aligned in partnership from a population perspective. And then I will have further discussion with the chair and Helen with regards to how we bring that through the board within timescales then for publication, and the submission of that goes from the local authority to Welsh Government and Future Generation Commissioner.
So we move on now to the Joint Committee's report. Any additional observations, Hayley, you want to make?
Not particularly, Chair. Just to say again, we met sort of in the last week as ESC and as WISC, and I think there is some reflection that an action that I've taken to speak to Helen about how we reflect particularly some of the risk management aspects of both joint committees and how that's drawn through to our corporate risk approach. So that's just one action that I've picked up in the first meeting that I attended in my interim role. So other than that, no, happy to take any questions.
I can't see anyone wanting to contribute in relation to that. So we are asked to receive those for assurance, which I assume we do, unless people would like to indicate to the contrary. No, so we move on to the Local Partnership Forum report and to Deb. Any additional comments, Deb?
No additional comments, Carl, thank you. I think it describes very effectively what the meeting covered, and we continue to work proactively and constructively, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? And there aren't, so again, we are asked to receive that report for assurance, which again, I assume we do, unless I see anything to the contrary, and I don't. And so we come then to the transfer of the Community Health Council to Llais. We, of course, as a health board, were the host organisation for the Community Health Council, and now, of course, all of that is changing. So again, this is here for our assurance. And Deborah, any additional comment again?
No additional comments other than to say that by all accounts this was a smooth transition. It was an extensive programme, and I'd like to record the input of all parties, particularly trade unions and other stakeholders, to make it that effective transfer of resources, including staff. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Again, I'm pausing just to give people an opportunity to come in if they would like to. But if not, then again, we receive that report as a source of assurance. And of course, it's probably just worth my pointing out at this stage that although the organisation has changed, then you know, our working relationship remains and remains as important as ever. The details of how that working relationship will be taken forward have yet to be finalised. However, I think it's fair to say that we don't think that that there are big things that need to be changed or need to be fixed, and so the way in which we have worked with Katie and colleagues over the years within the CHC, as I said earlier, have been very productive, very constructive, and certainly we would want to take forward and build on that working relationship into the future. So that's a good segue into Katie's report, and so over to you, Katie, for your report as the regional director now of Llais.
Thank you, Chair. I've focused this report on what we've heard rather than in the past we've focused very much on what we've done, and I thought that would be useful given that the new legislation is very much around representing people's voices and citizens' voices and communities' voices. So any comments, not necessarily now, that you have on whether that report is helpful, useful, whether there's anything else you'd like included in it that would help inform you as members of Powys Teaching Health Board, then please do drop either myself or perhaps Helen a little note. And you know, it's the first report we've done. this, you know, that you can see there are some quite common themes. We've also just recently completed, which I'll write up next time, our annual sort of feedback review. The key three top things really are around care close to home, around inequities, and that could be, you know, the A55 and the M4, it could be North-South Powys, it could be England-Wales, it could be planned, unplanned, but generally the inequities of services, and travel. So, you know, all three are very interlinked, but we're currently sort of unpacking those. With regard to volunteers, we currently have 16, I think. I think 9 came over and we've got 5 or 6 new ones. So I'm meeting them tomorrow just to start that process. We're clearly going through the process of, you know, DBS checking and not recruiting, but supporting them into their new roles. So that's part of tomorrow's plan. And then, as you've hinted, Chair, we've already had one and we've got another meeting coming up next week between Llais and the Health Board. To sort of further work through, we've already, as I say, we've already had one to further work through, you know, how this could work going forward. It is an opportunity as well, because it is a little bit of blank sheet of paper, which in some ways is a little uncomfortable, but also provides that opportunity to look at what actually meets the needs of Powys. So that will be next week's meeting, and obviously you've had some changes in your structure. We've had changes as well, so it's actually quite opportune timing, I think, to work some of those through. So that meeting is taking place, I think, next Wednesday. So I think that's it, Chair. Happy to take any comments, as always.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any comments? Does anyone want to ask a question or contribute? Yes, Ronnie, please.
Just unmuting, thank you. Katie, I was struck by the comment that a number of people spoke about using Clondridnog and would like the range of services at that hospital to be extended. I suppose it's a segue into a question to Hayley, if I may, which is, it seems to me that the MIUs at Clondridnog and in other places work very well. And for a while, we've been talking about a possible extension of what they might do. And I wondered, Hayley, if I could have a sense from you of whether that is an aspiration or whether there's actually anything happening in terms of specific development, insofar as you're able to say, please. Thank you.
So thank you, Hayley. So can I invite you, Hayley, to respond to Ronnie's comment? And I know that you wanted to come in with another observation, and then I think we need to perhaps finish the item and bring our meeting to a close. But thank you, Hayley.
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie, for that point. So there's huge potential around our minor injury units and how that fits with the work that we've been undertaking as part of the Accelerated Sustainable Model. So I hope to be in a position through the design phase to be able to share some of that thinking about how we can further develop that service as part of the offer in several locations across Powys. So happy to pick that up with you as part of the update that we bring around the design phase of the Accelerated Sustainable Model. I guess the other issue for me is just to say it is a transition to go from the Community Health Councils to Llais, and we're only a couple of months in, but I'm really grateful, Katie, that you have pulled together a written report for today's board. I think it is really helpful. I think there's a question, and we work very closely and well together with the previous CHC and will continue to do so with Llais. But I think there is a question for me about that refocus around some of the themes and issues that you're bringing, is how we can work together to make sure as part of this process there's the feedback, but also where we've taken that feedback and how we're dealing with it. And it really ties to the conversation earlier around the Civica system, around capturing patient experience. There's a number of sources at the moment, and I think there's some work for us to do to basically pull this together so the board hears the feedback, which is really important, but also a little bit more around how are we responding as a health board to it. So huge thanks, Katie, for getting this report to us, recognising you're only a couple of months in. All right, thanks.
Thank you. And Ronnie, you content?
I am, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you, Katie, once again. I haven't been informed of any other business, and so there isn't any. And I think the only thing to do before we actually close this meeting is to indicate that we will now go into an in-private meeting. There is a motion to be agreed in order to make that possible, which I'll put to board members now, so that on the advice of our Director of Corporate Governance, there are items that include confidential or commercially sensitive information, which therefore isn't in the public interest to discuss in an open meeting at this time, and therefore we're asked to meet in private. The motion is that representatives of the press and other members of the public shall be excluded from the remainder of this meeting, having regard to the confidential nature of the business to be transacted, publicity on which would be prejudicial to the public interest. Would you please indicate if you don't support that motion? Thank you. That motion is supported, and so thank you all very, very much. It's been a really important meeting today. All meetings are important, but it just feels as if we have dealt with particularly significant matters today. And as we acknowledged at the beginning, huge amount of work, and so that is acknowledged and appreciated. Yes, we've had to plough through very detailed information, but equally important work has been done to produce that information for our consideration, and so thank you to all officers that have been involved in that. As I say, noticed and sincerely appreciated. Our next meeting is on the 26th of July, again an online meeting via this platform, but for now this in-public meeting is closed, and thank you all. We will see you next time. Diolch yn galon. Hwyl fawr.